Good morning, everybody. The time is now just past 10 o'clock, and I will resume this inquiry into an appeal made by Dido Property Limited against the decision of Buckinghamshire Council to refuse full planning permission for a film studios at land adjacent to the A4155 Marlow Road and Westhope Farm Lane, Marlow. My name is Katie MacDonald. I'm a Chartered Town Planner and Planning Inspector appointed by the Secretary of State to hold this inquiry. Usual reminders, please: mobile phones and other electronic devices switch to silent or off. Fire drills, there's no fire drills planned, so if you do hear an alarm, it is real. Please exit via the stairs that you came up at the back of the room. The assembly point is to the left outside the council offices at the Riverside. But just follow a member of the council and I'm sure they'll show you the way if there is an alarm. Toilets are just down that corridor on my right, your left, and the accessible toilets are just up here on the left-hand side. Up to yet, I've heard opening statements from the main parties. I've heard 2 sessions for interested parties. I've heard evidence from the appellant's master planner and designer. I've had evidence from the council's landscape witness and evidence from the Rule 6 parties witness on character of the area and local residential amenity from Councillor Anna Crabtree. Today is another session for interested parties. I've got a list of 47 people that want to speak. I will try and get through all of those. We are going to aim to finish around 1 p.m. today. And the plan is not to sit on Friday afternoons, just so that everybody can get home in time for the weekend. Any procedural or housekeeping matters? Site visit itinerary I've got on my list.
Madam, that's my only matter, and I've got a.
Thank you. Oh, there's a bit of feedback. So I turn my back. Okay.
Site visit.
That's fine. So ID 39. Thank you, Guardian. The documents. You're not going to let. I'm not going to let you live that down.
Use the different title.
Okay. Anything else to raise? Anything procedural, Mr. White?
Sorry, Mum. Can I just?
Yeah, you're on.
Yeah. Can I just confirm? As we understand it, there's a pragmatism to the site visit that you can do landscape and ecology on Monday,
Okay.
and the highways matters will require another date. I mean, this is obviously important for 2 reasons: just sheer practicalities for you,
Yeah,
but also cast list. You don't want to walk around on Monday, I'm sure, with 30 people trailing you. So that's why highways will be later as well. But we also took the view, I think it was a combined view, that to do all 3 matters would be too extensive in 1 day. Hence highways delayed, and also studio visit on another date.
that's fine. Highways visit accompanied. Can we do it all in 1 car? Can we get 3 and me in 1 car, so we don't need to? We can just be on the same vehicle and do.
I think, Madam, that is principally a walking.
It's a walking one, right? Okay, that's fine. That's fine. No problem. Site visit on Monday. I only need a rep from each side, or 2. I don't need loads of people. It gets really hard to manage if there's, like you say, 30 people wandering around the site. So
Mr. Sedgwick just had some.
Well,
Hello.
we discussed this yesterday. Good morning, sorry. And what we thought we'd do is in the morning for the near site visit.
Yeah.
Would be myself and Mr. Fannin and the 2 landscape witnesses.
Yep.
And then in the afternoon.
what about Rule 6?
Oh, sorry, apologies, and the Rule 6 party.
Councillor Crabtree, you come in. Oh, okay.
Okay, and then
Thank you.
in the afternoon, the wider views.
Yeah.
Just with the 2 landscape witnesses and
And a rep from the Rule
party.
6. That's fine. That's good. Okay.
Thank
Thank you. I believe we need waterproofs as well. Someone's looked at a weather forecast, so come prepared. Right. Anything else to raise?
Madam, one more thing. We should
Yeah.
just decide where we're going to meet, I suppose.
Oh yeah. I mean, presume at number 1.
Yes, there's the road there goes down by the fire station, There is parking on that road.
Yeah, I've walked on that road
Yeah,
last
so
week,
we could park and meet there and then go over the bridge, the Volvo bridge.
Yeah.
Onto the site. So 10 o'clock?
At 10 o'clock, yeah, that's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, and dress down, don't wear any suits or anything like that. Like, don't come. Yeah, just come as you are. There's no need to dress up for a site visit. I certainly won't be. Okay. Right. So, I've got my list here. I'm going to try and do what I did on Wednesday night, which was support object. I'm hoping I can do that. I think everyone who's arrived has given a view to Harvey's to let them know what they are. I will assume that you're happy to take questions on the evidence that you do give, if any main parties wish to ask questions of you. But again, advocates, please shout if you want to ask questions before the interested party returns to sit down. I won't ask you every time. As interested parties, you should note that when you've spoken, because you've given evidence to the inquiry, your name will be listed in the report that I write to the Secretary of State. And if you're reading from something that you've already pre-prepared, please, can you give it to the council on your way out or email it to the council, and then it can be added as an inquiry document, and I don't need to take a verbatim documentation of what you've said. It saves my typing skills. I think that's all I've got to say. Again, no clapping, jeering, whooping. It's just not helpful to me or to anybody else. So please don't do it, no matter how strongly you may feel. So first up on my list, I'm going to go through the people that have said that they need to leave earlier. So I will invite up Charlie Bangs first, please. And I'm guessing your support, Charlie, by the T-shirt that you're wearing.
I'm Charlie Bangs, and I've been born and raised in High Wycombe. I support it, and most of my classmates do. I've been taken out of school, and all my classmates do really want it. We've been on a trip to Sky Studios, and we all got really inspired, and we all would very much like to have something nearby, but when we're older, we could go to and maybe get jobs. Most of my class would love to be in the arts and that industry, because not all of us like school and they find that better. But, so we all want to go and be in the industry. Some people prefer tech and editing in my class. Some people want to produce or direct, and some people want to act. I want to act, and I very much support Marlow Film Studios, and I'm speaking for my whole class. I was here on Thursday, and I know a lot of people were saying it was the traffic that they didn't like, but the actors will come on. They have to be at set by 7. So by the time it's rush hour, they'd already be working, and they don't leave at the normal time. So they'd be leaving a lot later or any point in the day. So they wouldn't be there rush hour. And I've seen the plans for it, and it looks beautiful. So it would look great. It's not like it's a big factory. People have been saying it would ruin the view, but if people were saying that they were going to build houses, would they object? Because that's what it looks like, some of it. And they will have a field there in some of the plans, so you can still go and have fresh air there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are your class watching?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Oh, I hope they are, because I think you've done really well. So thank you so much for coming up to speak, because that's a really big thing to do, to speak in front of all these big grown-ups. So well done. We can clap her, please. Thank you. Okay, next up I've got on my list Charlie or Philip Ball. Sorry, Claire and or Philip Ball. I do apologise. Sorry, I don't know.
I do sometimes call her Charlie, but she is Claire. Good morning, everyone. I am very much speaking in support of the proposed Marlow Studios. My name is Philip Ball. I live and work from Marlow. I've been in Marlow for about 15 years, and I've been in the industry as our last speaker so eloquently referred it to. My position in the industry is I have my own business called Ballpark Media, and we are a clearances business for film and television. I know that sounds like we do removals, but basically that means anything you see on screen has to have permission to be there. So absolutely everything from artwork to brands to the script, what people are saying, so the character names, costume, makeup, absolutely everything that is on the screen, somebody has to give permission for that to be there. So we basically are the go-between the creatives and the nasty lawyers. So we try to keep as much out of the lawyers' hands as possible, and try and keep and make sure everybody can be as creative as possible, because that's what it is. It is a creative industry, and we are, the UK is it's no over exaggeration to say we are world leading as a creative industry. I think just wanted to just a bit more about my general experience. I actually started off more in front of camera, and got to either be a part of or around all the other roles in the industry. My main role for a good number of years, about 10 years, was as a stand-in and double for various actors. Some you may know quite well. You may be surprised to know that Brad Pitt's back of the head very much lives and resides in Marlow. I was with him for about 8 years. But how I ended up in the clearances business, because funnily enough, Brad didn't have to work quite as much as I did, so I had to find stuff to do in between, and that's when I started exploring all my other experience in that industry, and started going down more the production route to fill in those gaps, and then those gaps then just basically became bigger and bigger, and this so-called niche area of clearances is one of the most important cogs in that whole process. I'm sure everybody's aware that obviously, with the likes of Pinewood Studios and Bray Studios, and there's already a lot going on in this area. But it still blows my mind that the biggest, most expensive film, Star Wars, the biggest, most expensive TV series, Rings of Power, Lord of the Rings, these were all films in Buckinghamshire, and we were actually as a company were part of both of those projects. What we have found as a business is that we are actually now probably we have more clients in Budapest than we do now in and around London, and one of the biggest reasons for that is studio space. There just isn't enough studio space, and we are finding that big companies like Disney, who I think most recently they were filming Snow White in the area, and they supporters of the British film industry generally, that we were finding that some of their projects they were having to shut down before they even started because the studio space just wasn't there. And that goes for all of the big studios, Universal, Amazon, Netflix. Even though Netflix and Amazon now have their own specific spaces at Shepperton and Pinewood, We have to generate so much content now from the way, you know, the way the entertainment industry is. You know, you think back to, you know, we try not to think back to lockdown, but you think about how much we were all watching TV then. And that content has to come from somewhere. And why not come from here? Because a lot of it did and is and still is, but we are in danger now that many other countries, territories are getting wise to it, and are building the studios for themselves. In Budapest, in the last 5 years in Budapest, they've built from scratch 4 studios. So a lot of the work, it used to be, you know, with a lot of our crew and experience we have here would go over there, because that was because they needed our support. Now they don't need that support. They're fully functional on their own. So all of these studios are now going directly to these other territories who have similar incentives as far as tax breaks and that kind of thing, which we, you know, we benefit from in this country. So that's one of the main reasons why we want the studio here. But generally, you know, the reason why we came to the area in the first place was because we were recommended Marlow in the area by people in the industry, because so many people in the industry live in and around this area. Everybody from, yes, actors, producers, production managers, but also, you know, carpenters, electricians, costume makeup, pigeon handlers, things that, you know, horse riders, all of these different industries, they all live in the area, and they all rely upon this industry. And I think that's what's so exciting about having something, you know, something that we need to be right here on our doorstep, something that, again, as our previous speaker alluded to, something that will get the next generation, the young people excited, because there are so many. You're talking about hundreds and hundreds, and that's no exaggeration. Hundreds and hundreds of different skills, different industries within the industry, as it were. So there is something for everyone, and there's something to keep that the youth within the area. I think towns like Marlow, it's far too easy. It's far too easy for kids to leave. You know, they'll go off to university and they'll never come back because there's nothing here for them. So in this, to have something here where they can still go off and, you know, see the world, get, you know, whatever education they want to do, get the skills that they want to get, but then they can then bring them back, and they bring that experience back. They bring that vibrancy of youth back, but they bring the money back into the area, and those skills stay in the area. I don't want to go on too long because obviously lots of people have to speak. I've been asked to just mention about the polling, because I know there's been a lot spoken about the poll that was taken in Marlow, and however, you know, many percent were not in favour, apparently. I mean, just from my personal experience, I think the way the whole poll was set up meant it was very much weighted towards those who wanted to object. I know I was only able to get to the polling station 5 minutes before it closed because I couldn't find it, because it wasn't open late enough because I was still working, as many other people were. But I think there's been other polls taken on behalf of the Marlow Film Studios. And within the 5 mile area of Marlow, 78%, this is a survey of 500 plus people, 78% of people surveyed within 5 miles of the Marlow Studios site supported it. 86% of those polled thought that it would open more creative jobs and opportunities in the film and TV sector. 85% agreed that it would create more jobs in other industries. So all the other industries in and around the town, or the, you know, the restaurants and the shops and, you know, whatever else. But I just wanted to finish by saying that, you know, to me, a lot of these polls, you know, they don't, in the great scheme of things, they don't really mean much, because we're talking about the next generation. We're talking about those kids who can't be part of these polls now. My 16-year-old daughter couldn't be a part of these polls, yet today she's talking to her drama class about the film studios, and they're having these exciting debates about, you know, all the different opportunities that's going to bring to them. I have another daughter at Great Marlow, and the same's happening there. I have a son at a different school. And they're all talking about it. They're all excited about it, and excited about just discussing the amount of different opportunities that this could bring to them later on, you know, in their adult lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, next up I have, now I'm really sorry for saying your name wrong, Oiku Tevit. And you can correct me if I have said it wrong. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Oiku Tefik. I live at Thimble Cottage at Westhorpe. Our home is 8 metres in height. Next to Westhorpe, the old kitchen wall next to Westhorpe, with the park homes being located directly on the other side of the wall. In front of Thimble is a field which is adjacent to plot 2A. This is approximately 33 metres between Thimble and the boundary of plot 2A, which means our view over plot 2A is very clear and with no trees in the way. The visualisation pack CD2-106ZO shows how the new film studio buildings in plot 2A will be seen from Thimble's driveway. The images are misleading, having been placed in between trees on my driveway. The full impact of height and size against our small cottage is not visible from this pack. I invite the inspector to take a look on her visit. It is really quiet at Thimble Cottage. We are surrounded by wildlife and fields. At night, it is so dark, we wear head torches to walk to the local pub, the Queen's Head. The field in front of us, as well as plot 2A, is barely visible at night. It is very clear from Dido's own visuals that if the film studio were built there would be noise to a level that would be disturbing not only to us, but all the properties in Westhorpe. There would be light pollution surrounding the entire proposed studio, and we certainly would no longer require our head torches. Alongside my property and the wall boundary to Westhorpe Park Homes, there is a strip of land included in Plan CD2-108C, assessment page 3 of 13. This narrow strip connects plot 2A to Spade Oak Brook at the rear of Thimble and Corners Cottage. This small brook runs into Roach Lake and Spade Oak Lake. It is prone to constant flooding, and during periods of rainfall, floods the garden to the rear of Thimble and Corners Cottage. Despite not owning the land, Dido proposed to run huge volumes of surface water drainage from plot 2A down this strip of land into the brook behind us. It will be inevitable that this area will then be completely flooded, already being in a high flood risk zone. It has already been explained that we encounter traffic issues daily in this area. The proposed film studio site is split into 5 plots. No other film studio is split up in this way. Only 2 of the plots have formal multi-storey parking, and all visitors will be directed to the main entrance on plot 1. Every plot has separate security, so if a large lorry enters the main entrance on plot 1 but needs to be on plot 2, 3, 4 or 5, it will have to leave the security of 1 and drive onto the residential road before re-entering another secure area. It is inconceivable that lorries and cars will not park and queue along the residence road, as Dido have not provided enough on-site parking. Clearly, there will also be a constant stream of people crossing the road to access other plots. All 89 properties at Westhorpe rely on this road for vehicular access, as there are no shops within walking distance. When film studios are busy, they have a staggering number of deliveries, with everything from food to huge sets and equipment arriving in every size of vehicle, from vans to lorries up to 18 meters long. The drivers will be concerned about their delivery, will ignore signs, and will happily park along the residential road. Where else can they park, waiting for access as security tries to deal with each vehicle? An example of this is evident on the A308 outside Bray Studios, where vehicles are constantly affecting traffic flow and blocking the road as they wait to gain access into the studio. It is a no-brainer that the proposal for this film studio is inappropriate and will bring more harm than good. Thank you.
Thank you. Was it your daughter that spoke the other night?
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
she was
right.
very good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Next up, please, Rob Chandler. Good morning.
Morning. My name's Rob Chandler. I am a resident of Henley-on-Thames and have been for about 6 months. I run a virtual production studio called Malden Wolf, and I also found a global virtual production community. And I've also started the Henley-on-Thames and Marlow Media and Entertainment Meetup group as well. So I'm here in support of the studio. My work is incredibly fun. Virtual production, which a lot of you might not know what it is, combines innovative technologies together to be able to allow you to film anywhere, real or imagined, from a single studio. So what does that look like? That looks like a big LED wall, combined with camera equipment, and it combines with gaming technology. So those 3D environments can be anything. They could be space stations, they can be the Champs-Élysées, they can be a desert. And that allows you to film in any of those 3 locations relatively quickly, one after the other. So it allows you to film on a space station in the morning, and you could be filming in Paris in the afternoon, which is incredibly, fun and innovative. So the innovation part of that is what I wanted to really mention today, is that with innovation is coming, right? We are entering into a digital world akin to the Industrial Revolution. We're very much at the beginning of it, and we will start to innovate more and more, and that will impact on how we tell stories. We are all human and we love to tell stories to each other. As innovation increases and improves, you're going to need creative hubs for people to get together, and for the future creative entrepreneurs to talk, understand the new technologies that are coming, and explore them and how they can be best utilized to be able to tell these stories. As one of the previous individuals said, actually I was completely lost my train of thought there. But anyway, so innovation hubs and creative hubs are really, really key. And I think the thing that excites me about the studio is the fact that this is going to be part of that studio, is to have these innovation hubs. It's not going to be just a factory for making films. There is going to be innovation going on. And the digital natives, which are, in their teens, if not younger, or not even been born yet, and the storytellers of the future need to be able to get together to explore the new technologies and work together to be able to create this content. And that's really the reason why I'm very supportive of the studio. I feel that the environment, the existing traditional crews and support network is within the area, but I think there is an incredibly huge opportunity for the area to uplift this new wave of and utilize this new wave of innovation coming over the next, not just few years, but for a very long time to come, to make it one of the world's best, if not the world's best, filmmaking areas. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Just one question for Mr.
Oh, yeah.
Chandler, ma'am.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for shouting up.
Thank you. You spoke about innovation and technology, Mr. Chandler. How does the use of virtual production technology affect the demand for soundstage space?
Sorry, would you mind repeating it
Of course, I might just.
I'm a
move
bit
the
deaf.
microphone.
in that area?
I said you spoke about innovation and technology. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
That's better. Yeah.
And I just wanted to ask you, Mr. Chandler, how does the use of virtual production technology affect the demand for soundstage space?
Yeah, a really great question, actually. So in a sound space, virtual production studios can be either temporary or permanent. So they can be erected for a particular production, or they can be there constantly as well. So it allows you to be able to not have to shoot on location. So if you were building a set within a studio, you can then have the background of the Swiss Alps. So you can film in the Swiss Alps from Marlow Film Studios effectively, or from, as I said, if you were doing something like a sci-fi film, you could film from the surface of Venus. Does that answer your question?
It was not quite. I think it was going more to the question of quantum. And does it mean you need more or less studio space if you're kind of moving to a virtual world, as it were, with film technology?
Oh, okay. That's a great question, actually. I think it gives you more flexibility for that as well, because storytellers, directors, producers want to have that flexibility of being able to tell their stories. So it gives them options to be able to use a single location, studio location, to be able to film in that way as well. So if anything, it would allow for the production to stay at a studio longer, and they wouldn't have to then shoot on location or go to an open lot.
Would you need more space or less space, really? Is the question.
That's really hard to answer, because it's impossible to answer that, I'm afraid. It will be the same space, because it will be production relevant. If the production required it to have some level of virtual production, then you could either install a temporary virtual production system, or you could use a permanent one if the studio was able to fill it. Sorry, that wasn't a yes or a no. Okay, thank you.
That all you've got? Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
Cheers, thank you.
Just for me, there is a digital element, isn't there, in the southern part? Just for my clarification, I'm getting a nod from the appellants. Okay, just so I understood. I thought there was a permanent digital element of it, which is going somewhere. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Dr. Thorsten Pollitt, please. Good morning.
Good morning, madam. My name is Thorsten Pollitt. I live with my wife and 3 small children in Westhop House, a Grade II historic building, which has its origins in the 17th century and is now home of 33 privately owned apartments. And please note that we, the people at Westhop House, would be totally surrounded, literally incarcerated, if you give the go-ahead to Marlow Film Studios. But the important point I would like to make is this. I have been working for many years in the international banking business, and I may say that I'm quite familiar with the motivation and practice of firms such as Dido Property Limited. I'm now a professor of economics specialized in monetary and financial theory, and it is actually against this backdrop that I feel called to make 5 objections that hopefully convince you to reject Marlow Film Studios for good. Objection number 1. Dido Property Limited is what we call in finance a developer. A developer effectively collects money from financial investors and puts it into anything that promises an attractive return on investment. Nothing wrong with that. What is wrong, I think, however, is that Dido Property Limited has been purposefully set up in Guernsey, not in Marlow, not in London. And because of this, we have reason to assume that Dido Property Limited seeks to evade proper taxation in the UK. What is more, Dido Property Limited has not submitted any financial accounts. As a result, we do not have full information about the capital ownership of Dido Property Limited, nor do we know where the funds of Dido Property Limited come from. While, of course, I do not wish to raise the issue of money laundering, we have to acknowledge that neither you nor the public have information concerning the integrity of the flow of money that drives Dido Property Limited and its activities. Now you understand that I wonder how any UK government may want to justify supporting such a financial scheme that is actually actively helping anonymous financial investors enriching themselves against the interests of normal people. Objection number 2. According to the Guernsey Registry, the directors of Dido Property Limited are Mr. John Frederick Hartz. He is from Inflection, an investment management company, Mr. Robert Frederick Laycock, the CEO of Marlow Film Studios, a marketing expert, Mr. Simon Derek Barrowcliff, chairman of an investment property company and a consultant to the world's leading property consultancy, CBRE, Lord Ralph William R.T. Camoys, also known as Mr. William Stoner, founder of Ilex Partners International Limited, a mergers and acquisitions company. That said, the directors of Dido Property Limited are predominantly from a finance industry background. They are not film industry experts. And so it is fair to assume that Dido Property Limited primarily pursues pure financial interests. To be more precise, the financial interests of its owners and potential creditors, which we do not know because of a lack of financial transparency, rather the interests of the people in Marlow, in Buckinghamshire, or in the UK as a whole. It is against this backdrop that I would like to remind us that the British nation has just voted in a Labour government whose very DNA is in supporting normal people and not enriching a small minority of wealthy individuals. But if you give the go-ahead to this development, you're doing exactly this, enriching a small group of wealthy individuals against the will and interests of the many. Objection number 3, as noted earlier, Dido Property Limited and its financial investors will not run any film studio business. They just have a commercial interest in capitalizing on the value of the land. Dido Property Limited and its anonymous financial investors do not have to fear any downside, any costs, if their promises for new jobs and incomes for the people in Buckinghamshire and Marlow turn out to be false. In fact, Dido Property Limited has an incentive to overpromise. That said, I think there is very strong reason to take a rather critical view when it comes to promises made by Dido Property Limited. Objection number 4. It sets a worrying precedent if you give your go-ahead to Marlow Film Studios. Because if you make economic and political considerations dominant, you deal a deadly blow to the green belt concept. And the negative consequences will be felt not only in Marlow, but across the UK in the years to come. And finally, objection number 5. Let me say that the UK government decision in favor of Marlow Film Studios would actually be undemocratic. The people in the local community and in the Buckinghamshire Council have made their well-informed decision against Marlow Film Studios, especially so as it is an entirely unsuitable project that would cause great damage to and destroy the peace of the people who have deliberately chosen to live in a green belt area. And please allow me to note that any remaining dispute over Marlow Film Studios at this stage should be brought to a respectable, independent judge. The burden, the responsibility that comes with a decision should not be put on the shoulders of politicians. And it is against these 5 objections that I plead in front of you not to grant building permission to Marlow Film Studios as Dido Property Limited wishes you to do. In fact, I plead, please let common sense prevail, do justice to the people in Marlow and across the UK. Thank you very much and God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. Flack. Okay, next up, please, I have got, did you want to ask any questions of Ernst, say anything? No, okay, just checking. Okay. Suti, I've said that right, Suti Sharma, please. I've got a thumbs up. Thank you. Good morning.
Pronounced it better than I say it.
Not bad for a Lancashire accent.
Forgive me, I was a little nervous, but I'll continue.
Please don't worry, just take a deep breath and take your time. It's a big thing coming and speaking in front of everybody like this, so.
So good morning, everyone. My name is Satish Sharma. I stand here before you as a passionate advocate for Marlow Film Studios. Before I begin, let me share a little bit about myself. I live in the surrounding areas and I work across education, film and television and radio. So I like to think I know something. Over the past few years, I have followed this project closely, and today I hope to convey why I believe the project is transformative, not just for Marlow, but for the surrounding areas as well. The project represents, I think, an incredible opportunity. And if I may, I would like to highlight its benefits across 4 key areas. One is employability and education, because that's an area I work in, creative industries, environmental sustainability, and the economic impact. Let me start with employability and education. I'm sure this has already been exhausted over the previous days. Part of what I do is I work at Brunel University and also the University of West London. Since 2012, I have supported countless students. I've lost count of the number of students and startups navigating pathways into not just creative industries, but other businesses as a whole. Unfortunately, what I do see a lot is many bright and talented individuals faltering, not due to the lack of ability, but because of lack of opportunities, in particular in one area. Those are those structured pathways that allow people to move forward in their lives. The truth is, many existing studios in the UK also don't address this need. Marlow Film Studios, in my view, changes this narrative very well, really well. They are offering, as I can see, a pathway to employability, which is a buzzword right now in education, and a dedicated culture and skills academy, which incidentally, so do Pinewood Studios. This is unique, and for me, it's a game changer, and not just for school leavers and university graduates, but also aspiring filmmakers. And those of you who are of an older age than myself will remember some of the great kitchen sink dramas of the 60s, the bitter kind of urban dramas of the 70s and 80s. This generation can be lost if we don't do something about it right now. Please note, this isn't just about employment. It's about fostering those stories that reflect what I consider modern Britain, bridging those divides and ensuring everyone, regardless of background, has the chance to at least do one thing, and that is contribute. We live in a time, sadly for me, and I'm someone my parents came to this country from India many years ago. And I see right now in this time too often where we encounter those, and in my view, there's too many of them. And I'm of a particular age now. I'm 108. No, I'm joking. Who just generally want to put this country down. And I don't want to be that person. I don't want to surround myself amongst those people who want to resist progress and innovation, as has been said previously. So I ask you kindly, don't be that person. Now to creative industries. Like I said, I work in film and television, in particular in development and production. This includes 8 years at the BBC, for studios and for production companies, and of course, radio stations. So I like to think I know something. I spent over a decade having an office at Pinewood Studios. And I'm sure this Pinewood Studios has come up in previous days. And I've worked internationally in studios in Spain and Bulgaria. And I have witnessed firsthand how studios can, if done properly, transform local economies and communities. Studios like Pinewood attract not only large-scale productions, but also create, in their own little way, vibrant ecosystems of local businesses, from catering companies to set builders, etc., ensuring that prosperity flows far beyond those studio gates into the local communities. I think this same kind of thing will happen with Marlow Film Studios. In fact, I'm 100% sure it will happen. So it's a bit of a win-win, the way I see it. Some of you may remember when Pinewood Studios sought to expand, and many of the concerns, and I had an office at that time, and many of the concerns raised at that time, such as noise pollution, local objections, increased traffic, were later proven to be not exactly correct. For example, all stages, one of the objections was that, oh, there's going to be explosions and lots of action sequences, but the stages have to be soundproofed anyway. And there's noise regulations around that. And traffic impacts were largely related, I think, around Pinewood Studios, around Wrexham and Uxbridge, around residential development. So be careful what you wish for, guys. As I have friends also who live around Pinewood Studios, I can phone them right now in front of all of you, and they'll say they love the sexiness of a film studio. I'm not entirely sure what that means. Marlow Film Studios is, in my view, no different. It will bring sexy to Marlow. Please don't quote me if there's any press here. I've only recently met the guys at Marlow Film Studios, and as Jerry Seinfeld once said, I've met them, they are good people. The team behind it has been open and inclusive, committed to building a thriving hub, not just for the local area, but also British talent. And as someone who works in education as well, that's important to me. Unlike some studios that prioritize external productions, and we can all name them here, Marlow, from everything I've read, is committed to inclusivity, offering platforms for emerging and established creators, especially in the independent film sector. This is important. It's about the country we want to become in the future. Surely, this is something we should also celebrate. Someone whose parents came here from India, I was always brought up to kind of understand what Britishness means, and I think we have it here. Next, I want to talk about environmental sustainability very quickly. In my view, while I'm not an expert, but transforming a former landfill into a world-class creative campus, I think is a model for progress. Plus a commitment to 20% biodiversity uplift, improved transport links. This all sounds good stuff to me from where I'm standing and sitting. Finally, I want to talk about, if I can, the economic impact. I want everyone objecting to this project, please consider this for your own lives and the opportunities from where you come from. The ripple effects of this project, as I can read and see, is for me undeniable. not just the 3.5 or the billion in production investment, which will help young British filmmakers. The benefits extend across job creation locally, local spending, and from hotels to restaurants, from construction to technology providers, the economic boost. I've seen this also in other countries, in Spain, for example. So let me provide some additional context for those who will be making the decisions. According to the British Film Institute, and it's not me, it's the British Film Institute, the UK box office saw a decline from £978 million in 2023 to £931 million in 2024, largely due to those Hollywood strikes. Now, this may sound interesting because the projection for 2025 is surpassing 1 billion for the first time. Therefore, the trajectory, from my point of view, is upwards. This is good economic sense. This upward trajectory is a testament to the strength of our creative industries, the strength of us as British people, and the strength of our storytelling and talents in this country. Also, consider the impact of Bollywood. Increasingly, there was a time when Indian filmmakers used to come to the UK because if any of you have seen Bollywood films, you'll know there's always a moment in a Bollywood film where the song breaks out just to disrupt the story. But they tend to use the backdrop, and they used to use the UK. They will now want to come back to the UK. They left the UK and went to Europe. And I know this because I was in Bulgaria when there was a production shooting in Bulgaria. Bulgaria is not the UK. So I think this all represents a really good opportunity for the local economy in Marlow. So finally, I would just ask you all to reflect. If there wasn't a demand for new studios, then there wouldn't be a demand for new content. It's already been said here, content right now in the UK is king. Someone needs to also explain to me why facilities like West London Studios are looking to expand in an already congested part of the Borough of Hillingdon. Why is Bollywood, like I said, choosing the UK again? Why is Eastbrook Studios embarking in Dagenham, collaborating with neighbouring boroughs like Redbridge to nurture local talent? I know this to be true, by the way, because I was in the room when these discussions were taking place. So in my view, Marlow Film Studios offers a state-of-the-art alternative, but also something that supports local filmmakers, independent filmmakers, a picturesque, accessible location that meets growing demands. So for me, this project embodies the best of Britain, fairness, hope, very important word coming up, pragmatism, progress and compromise. It shows that we can balance tradition with innovation, growth with sustainability, and the needs of today with the aspirations of tomorrow. This is good stuff, people. Let's make it happen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sharma. Okay, thank you. Next up, please, Councillor Leslie Clark, the Ward Councillor for Abbey. Right, okay, that's fine, thank you. So that's Andrew Burton as well. Yeah, okay, right, I'll leave those to the end. Thank you. Have we got a Mr. Stephen Hill here? Oh, that's fine. I'm just running down my list. So Councillor David Watson. Thank you. Good morning.
Morning. I think I'll see it. Yeah. Well, good morning, everybody. My name is David Watson. I've lived in the locality for over 36 years. It has been my privilege to be a county, district and unitary councillor for Little Marlow for over 20 years. Previously on the Buckinghamshire County Council, and Wickham District Council, and now I'm a member of Buckinghamshire Council. I was a member of the Wickham Cabinet when the local plan was approved. I would first say that this application to build a film studio in Little Marlow has been the biggest issue I have ever had to face. I have spoken at both the Strategic Sites Committee meetings and also made a presentation to this inquiry, but I wish to add the following comments. Local people have been subjected to an extensive and I would imagine expensive public relations campaign. But the majority of my experience, as was the case in the 2024 Marlow Parish poll, remain opposed to the application. Not only have a large number of local residents raised their comments and concerns on the Buckinghamshire Council planning portal, they've also raised them in public meetings, via email, via the phone, and face-to-face with me. And I have no hesitation in saying that the majority of the local community do not want this application to be approved. To my mind, it is vital that the green space between Marlow and Little Marlow remains and that the two communities do not coalesce. Development in one form or another should not be considered to be inevitable. Similarly, it is important for future generations that the Well End and Little Marlow settlements remain separate. Once it is gone, it would indeed be gone forever. The green belt should be respected primarily for maintaining a green space between settlements, and that is what this piece of land has done for many years. The building of dense, bulky, and up to 22 meters high industrial structures, that's to say 72 feet high, the equivalent of 5 London buses stacked one on the other, would radically impact the visual landscape in many directions from miles around. The impact on an already congested road system would be very significant, as the A404 from Westhorpe Roundabout up to Handy Cross is already the busiest road in Buckinghamshire. The addition of thousands of road traffic movements each day would serve to make matters even worse. The economic case does not appear strong to me, given the prevailing structural and technological change underway in the industry, and also the recently announced policy of the newly inaugurated US president to repatriate both film and TV jobs back to Hollywood. Whilst the focus of the UK government is economic growth, I would suggest that this application would not make any difference to the national economy, as there is excess industry capacity, and it would only result in the transfer of temporary contract work, but not many permanent jobs from one studio to another. The impact on the local community I serve, however, would be huge, both in terms of traffic congestion and an adverse impact on local people. In particular, the lives of the residents of Westhorpe Park, who have already suffered a great deal from planning blight over the past years, would be made a misery during up to 4 years of construction, and there would be the ongoing noise and light pollution once films were produced. From the employee numbers published, there appears to be a distinct probability of major parking overspills, particularly if more than 60% drive to work, which would badly impact on already congested Marlow and also on the companies on the nearby industrial estate and local retailers. Should employees not be able to readily access and egress from their place of work on Globe Park, then employers would be forced to relocate elsewhere, and the local economy would suffer rather than benefit. The Little Marlow Lakes Country Park was planned under RUR4 and provided for by Wickham District Council in 2019, and there was no requirement for subsequent designation. The building of a 95 hectares film studio would not be consistent with the objective of the provision of outdoor recreation as set out in the local plan, which itself underwent examination at a public inquiry before approval. As the chairman of the Little Marlow Sewage Works Liaison Committee, I can report that a number of questions have been raised about the impact on the limited spare capacity of the Little Marlow plant should a film studio be built. And Thames Water, who are not statutory consultees on planning matters, have nevertheless expressed their concerns. The land in question is in a floodplain and is likely to flood, and a development on this site would exacerbate the problem, which would give rise to water pollution. The country park is much valued by local people who enjoy walking along both the public and permitted paths and seeing the local wildlife, and I would observe that a lot of the land is not wasteland, but land of major ecological value. In conclusion, I would say that this speculative application is on Greenbelt, on land adjacent to an area of outstanding natural beauty, on land provided to be a country park, and is not in the local plan, and is thus inappropriate development and should be turned down. Very special circumstances have not been demonstrated by the applicant, and in line with my councillor colleagues, the Buckinghamshire planning officers, local residents groups, and the majority of local people, I would respectfully ask that this appeal be dismissed. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. Thanks for your comments.
Thank you.
Next up, Nia Sherrington, please. Morning.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Nia Sherrington. I'm a local musician. I've lived in High Wycombe since 2004, so that's nearly 21 years. I've got 2 points to make this morning. The first is about music, and the second is an economic point. So first off, film is good for music, and we've heard about caterers, we've heard about production, and that's all true. But let's not forget music. I'll share a little bit about me and my background first. I'm a local musician. I play semi-professionally in a couple of different bands, bluegrass, country music. I also play in my local church band. And I've also worked as a consultant for BBC Studios, so I have an interest in the film industry. Film needs music, doesn't it? There are obvious ways, such as soundtracks and incidental music, but there are also other ways too. And I wonder if you can think of a few films where you might have seen a live band playing in a lounge in the background somewhere. There's a lot of those. And, you know, friends of mine have been in those bands and they are real live musicians. They're not miming. They are real, and they do have gigs in other places at other times as well. So I think there's a huge need for music and films that perhaps as a whole people don't always see and appreciate. One example is the film Hugo. Have a look. That's a friend of mine playing in the bar there. So why High Wycombe? It's the absolute best option. This area has a rich background, not just of growing musicians And we can all name a few, from Ian Dury in the 50s and 60s through Howard Jones in the 70s and 80s, through to even the lovely Leanne from Little Mix in the 2000s. So other than really famous musicians, I wonder if you knew that Tom Kerridge was a bass player in a few local bands, touring around the pubs in Marlow before he turned his hand to the chopping board. So there's a load of jam nights going on here, festivals and gigs. It's thriving, even in a climate where we see live music venues being closed on a very frequent basis. And that means there's a really wide variety of local musicians here ready to pick from whenever needed. And my hope and expectation is that production teams have the benefit of this really rich resource. I'm biased. I come from here. I would rather have the film studios built here than anywhere else. And I think, you know, that for me, it represents such an opportunity for local musicians. I've played gigs at Pinewood Studios, and bandmates of mine regularly go to the National Film and Television School in Beaconsfield to act as members of a practice band, which they use to help trainee cinematographers to practice their camera skills on. You wouldn't believe it, but filming bands takes an awful lot of specific tools, processes and skills that must be trained. And I really hope and expect that there'll be the same connection between the community and the Marlow Film Studios as we already see in other places near here. So my point is, film is good for music and for local musicians. And if the studios aren't built here, then they'll be built somewhere else. And these rich local resources that I see we have in huge quantities wouldn't be tapped. So that's my first point. And my second point is not one that I was going to make, but as I was sitting there, I just opened up my trusty, reliable source, ChatGPT, and asked it, has the UK film industry grown in past years? And is there an increase in demand for film and TV production? And overwhelmingly, it seems ChatGPT says, yes, there is. So the UK offers attractive tax reliefs, and there's a global streaming boom right now. I think we've all, you know, got our Netflix accounts and our Disney Plus and so on. And there's a growing production infrastructure here. There's a skilled workforce, and there are a lot of international collaborations between the UK and other countries, which all really points towards this being the right place for development in this area. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, Brad Blackburn, Blackburn. Mr. Richard Sherwin, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you, Madam, for the opportunity to speak. My name is Richard Sherwin. I am co-chair of Save Marlow's Greenbelt. I am a 22-year local resident and a sensitive receptor, as defined by the appellant in CD 2104, 10 metres from the site. This proposed development will cause a great deal of harm. It will irreversibly ruin the Greenbelt and destroy the promised country park. It will damage the character of the landscape for miles around, as well as the views of and from the national landscape. It will harm the environment and destroy valuable ecology. It will increase traffic congestion on local roads and make the strategic road network less safe for all of us. It will harm the lives, health, and well-being of many vulnerable people whose homes would be enveloped by this development. And it will ruin the character of a beautiful area of Buckinghamshire. And for what? There is already enough studio space for the foreseeable future in the UK. Do not believe everything online or on ChatGPT. The temporary shortage of studio space is now over. I'm sure this will be a great relief to Mr. Richard Mason, who spoke so eloquently at the public session on Wednesday. He can now shoot his next blockbuster in the UK, rather than being forced to use a studio in Amsterdam. By the way, the production he mentioned, History of a Pleasure Seeker, was actually set in Amsterdam, so I trust it wasn't too inconvenient. Existing studios are struggling with their square foot price per week, half of what it used to be a year ago, to win what business there is. Granted planning permission is on hold at Pinewood and mothballed at Broxbourne. Winnish and High Wycombe film studios both promised local jobs. They promised training. They promised growth. Both are in administration, and they were run by experienced studio executives. So let's look at the benefits. It's uncertain what kind of training is going to be provided. Training spaces, 60 per year, quality training with a budget of just £1,700 per trainee per year. Real studios offering real training exist already within 30 minutes of High Wycombe. I get it. If I was an academic institution who offered film-related courses and I was approached to support a speculative application for a film studio, then I would weigh up the balance. Well, if they succeed, I'm well placed for apprenticeships and work placements. And if they don't get planning, well, nothing lost. So let's look at growth. Jobs. With the underusage of current studio, i.e. the oversupply of space, prices are being driven down in this, as we've heard today, internationally competitive market. By building more studio space, you're simply making the situation worse for people already in the industry. So this would be bad for industry, bad for Bucks, bad for UK PLC, and bad for jobs as industry margins are further eroded. The only benefit would be to the three developers. It's not wanted. The appellant's barrister yesterday questioned Councillor Crabtree, asking if she was disappointed that the result of the parish poll only resulted in 1,700 yes votes, a mere 85% of the vote. Surely the question should have been to the appellant. How disappointed are they? These three developers have spent millions to date on promoting this scheme with an extreme PR program, a sophisticated direct and social media campaign. Yet along with all the strings of many, many promises, the vote for them only delivered 302 votes, 2.707% of the electorate. There was talk also of technology on the first day of this inquiry, that Marlow Film Studios will be the best with the latest technology, over and above all existing studios. Surely this is just fluff. Marlow Film Studios is at least 3 years away, according to their proposed build schedule. So the technology they are proposing hasn't even been invented yet. Others will lead the way without the costs of construction debt repayments. To landscape, a backlot management plan with working hours of 7 AM to 7 PM, and night filming from 7 PM to 7 AM. Why don't you just say 24 hours? I quote, "Any exceptions to these standard hours stated above will only be granted following consultation with the studio management team and local council,"
CD2 104, page 5. But which hours are they? The same backlot space is part of the site generously allocated to recreational space. Having visited several studios and been through their NDA and security procedures, this is just not credible. The benefits of this application are, at best, uncertain. The harms are very certain. This is a speculative planning application, and I urge you to dismiss this. Recommend this for dismissal. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Oh, sorry, sir.
I just asked 2 questions of clarification. You are co-chair of Save Marlowe's Greenbelt.
Correct, sir.
Thank you. Could you just tell me what studios you visited, please?
I'm under non-disclosure agreement, as I said, sir.
With whom?
Well, I can't say, with those studios. I signed a non-disclosure agreement to go into a studio, as I'm sure if you visited a studio, you have as well.
How many studios have you visited?
2, sir.
Commissioner Evans said to the inquiry when we were discussing the site visit that the Rule 6 party has contacts with Shinfield and Pinewood. Do you know of those contacts? That was disclosed by your barrister to this inquiry.
I'm aware of people that work at both of those studios, yes.
So you're aware of?
I have met with people over time, yes. I'm not confirming that those are the studios that I have visited there. That is correct, sir.
Other members of Save Marlowe's Greenbelt met with those 2 studios as well, or just you?
I think on the first instance, it was probably just myself, and other instances, yes, I think there were probably other people there.
When were those meetings?
Oh, the last one was in December last year, December 24, and previous to that was probably Q1 23.
You've had 2 meetings that you confirm with Shinfield or Pinewood or both?
No, I didn't say I'd met.
Okay, we'll confirm. Mr. Sherwin, it's just a factual question for the inspector's benefit. Just confirm how many times you've had meetings with Shinfield Studios and Pinewood Studios, please.
I didn't say that. Sorry, forgive me. I said I'd met with people from those studios, and I've said I visited studios, which I wasn't prepared to declare which studios they were because I'm under a non-disclosure agreement.
Okay, let's stay within the parameters you're willing to disclose to the inquiry. Tell the inspector how many meetings you've had with those 2 studios, please, and the dates of those meetings.
4 meetings, sir.
How did those meetings come about? Did Save Marlowe's Greenbelt request them, or did the studios request them?
I don't recall that.
You really don't recall, Mr. Sherwin, you really don't recall? Is that your serious evidence to this inquiry? You don't recall how those meetings were set up by Save Marlowe's Greenbelt?
I would have to look back at my notes. Perhaps I could look back and when I've got my notes, give them to you, sir.
Well, you met them a month ago, you said, December 20.
No, I was talking about the first time I met at the studio.
I'm asking you now about December 24. You met with the studios in December.
I was
24.
I had a phone call from the studio in December that I met in December, and then I went to see them.
Let's just take this slowly because I want to get a very good note of it. Your evidence is in December 24, you had a phone call from the studios.
Mm.
Are you willing to confirm which studios it was?
You've already asked that.
Yeah, are you willing to confirm which studios phoned you, please?
No, sir, I can't do that because I'm under a non-disclosure agreement.
Yes, but you've said you've had meetings. I assume the phone call led to one of the meetings you previously disclosed, and you disclosed it was Shinfield or Pinewood.
Correct.
Thank you. So can you, with the inspector can note, you're not willing to say which one, but one of the 2 phoned you in December 24, pursuant to that phone call, there was a meeting with Save Marlowe's Greenbelt in December 24.
Correct.
Thank you. Can we go back to the other 3 meetings? Who are the other 3 in your area you can't recall whether they contacted you or you contacted them?
So the first meeting with the other studio, as I said, in 2023, I was introduced via a mutual contact.
What did that other contact, well, why did that contact interest you? Did you request your mutual?
No, the person approached me and said, would you like to go to this studio and meet with this person?
And you took up that invite and you went along to the studios in 2023?
Certainly.
Yeah, and we can just deduce it's either Shinfield or Pinewood that you went to, isn't it?
That would be your deduction.
Yeah, well, it's not my deduction, unless, Sean, you don't need to be clever about this.
I'm not trying to be, sorry.
Okay, fine.
Forgive me.
It's clearly either Pinewood or Shinfield, isn't it? The 23 meeting.
Yes.
Thank you. Next meeting, second meeting. When did that take place, please?
As I said, in 2024,
2024. Third meeting. Where did that take place?
in 2024 as well.
So the evidence is, and again, did you go to those meetings on your own or with others?
With others.
With others. So the inspector can know in 24, Save Marlowe's Greenbelt had 3 meetings with either Shinfield or Pinewood.
Correct.
Thank you. Was there anyone else present, or was it just representatives from the studios and members of Save Marlowe's Greenbelt?
Representatives of the studios and Save Marlowe's Greenbelt.
Okay. Did you think about inviting the appellants to those meetings?
No,
Did you think about inviting a representative from Bucks County Council for those meetings?
no.
Did those meetings take place prior to the committee of May 24? Can you give me the dates of those meetings, please?
As I stated earlier, those meetings were, I gave you an indication of dates. I don't have dates to hand.
Mr. Sherwood, did you attend the strategic sites committee?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Can you really not remember whether your meetings with the students?
I imagine they were prior, sir.
Prior. So prior, 2 of those meetings were prior to May 24. And post 24, post May 24, you also had a meeting in December 24 with one of those 2 studios, didn't you?
With the studio, yes, sir.
And was that meeting prior to the production of evidence by Save Marlowe's Greenbelt? Can you not recall that?
Probably around the same, probably prior actually, but probably around the same time.
And also, have you or anyone else at Save Marlowe's Greenbelt had telephone calls with those studios in addition to the meetings or not?
I'm not privy to all the conversations that my colleagues have had.
Okay, right, that's fair. That's fair. But tell me your knowledge.
To my,
Co-chair of Save, are you aware, in addition to the 4 meetings you've disclosed to this inquiry, of telephone calls between a member of Save Marlowe's Greenbelt and the studios in addition to the 4 meetings, or do you not know of any single phone call of that nature?
I'm not specifically aware of any conversations, but I wouldn't be surprised if those had happened.
Received any financial support from an external organisation in your 17,500 that you've raised?
I'm sorry, can you define an external organisation?
Yes, Save Marlowe's Greenbelt.
Sorry, has Save Marlowe's Greenbelt received any financial support from?
Any external organisation? I mean, simple terms, have you received any income from any of the rival studios? Or
No, absolutely not.
Great, thank you for making that clear. Great, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It doesn't matter. It's fine. Please, please, we were asked not to make comments. Please do not.
It's
Sorry.
the
Forgive me.
as I said, all the advocates have got the chance to ask questions of people that come up to give evidence, because it's an evidence to a public inquiry. Ms Nevins asked questions of supporters. The advocates are here to help me and understand the evidence before me. So if Mr. White wants to ask questions of the witnesses, he can do. You could have declined to answer and I would have reduced the weight.
I was more than happy to answer the questions. Thank you.
So thank you. Thank you very much. Right, we're going to take a break now. I've only got through 9 people. I've got 47 on my list. I'm happy to sit later, but I do need to get back to Lancashire tonight and there's a storm coming. So can we just please bear that in mind? Because I do need to get home. And I hope that trains are still running to Preston. So can you just bear it in mind when you do come up to speak, to just try and be slightly briefer than the people that have gone up to yet have been. It would really help me. And then we can try and get through everyone this morning or into the afternoon. Right, so we'll take, there's quite a lot of people here. We're going to take 20 minutes and then hopefully everyone can use the toilets. I'll come back at 10 to 12 and then we'll continue there on. Thank you. Okay, good morning again, everybody. It's 10 to 12. The inquiry is resumed. As I said earlier, we've only heard from 9 people. I'm going to try and get through everybody because I appreciate everybody's shown up. But as I say, you are going to have to just wait for your turn because I do have 47 people listed. So as I say, I will try and get through everybody. But if you could just be as quick as possible. And as I say, if you're repeating points that somebody else has already said, it's not helpful to me or the rest of the inquiry to just continue to repeat points. Okay, so I have on my list next up Catherine Day. Thank you. Sorry, Catherine, I don't know if you're objecting or supporting. Objecting. I am trying to balance it out, but I haven't got a list of I don't know who everybody is objecting or supporting on my list. I've just got some of them, so the Harvey's on his way now. Oh no, you're just doing the mic. Thought you were coming to give me something.
No. Yeah.
Can speak directly into what you can. Okay. Right.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Catherine Day. I'm a resident of Marlow and live 4 minutes walk east of Marlow High Street. I submitted 2 letters of objection on 23rd of July 22 and 10th of October 23 to the appellant's planning application for the development scheme. Nothing I've seen or heard since writing those has caused me either to change or withdraw my objections. contained therein, and I continue to object strongly to the scheme. I would be grateful, Madam Inspector, if you would take into consideration both my previous objections are still very much current and valid. In addition, I would like to add the following points. The applicant has consistently, through the 3 years of pre-application publicity and the application process and appeal process, consistently referred to the appeal site in a whole array of words, variously including wasteland, abandoned, unnatural, disturbed, spoiled, damaged, disused, useless, and other words to give the impression that it has either no merit of any kind to be in the green belt or worthless for any purpose other than industrial development. This view has been picked up and repeated in many submissions about this application that I've read on the Council's webpage, in those from those who support the scheme, and this view was also reiterated in some spoken submissions at this inquiry on Wednesday evening, which I intended as a non-speaking audience member. All of these descriptions mislead. They misrepresent both the nature and purpose of Greenbelt and misrepresent what is actually there. As has obviously been said, Greenbelt is not by definition beautiful, but a way of maintaining separation between built areas and preventing urban sprawl and ribbon development. What I want to describe here, however, is what this particular piece of Greenbelt is actually like, rather than its misleading portrayal by the applicant and other detractors of its outdoor leisure, nature, and well-being benefits. One view offered by one speaker was a description of going to the site to look at it personally, of walking about it for 2 hours and concluding that there is nothing less like Greenbelt and nothing beautiful there. I wanted to make a spoken representation to offer my personal experience as a local resident of what the site really looks like, why I value it strongly as a local amenity, and why I strongly believe it should remain part of our Greenbelt and part of the Little Marlow Lakes Country Park. We value and enjoy the amenity of a natural green space being immediately adjacent to Marlow over the Volvo footbridge. As a local resident, I've walked from home 15 minutes away from the footbridge on many occasions at all seasons of the year to enjoy the pleasure of walking in the countryside, away from the built environment, along the various footpaths and permissive paths through the appeal site, and to enjoy the mosaic of different types of wild habitat there and the wealth of wildlife they contain. It is far from being a barren and pointless place. The lake in the former quarry is far from being post-industrially ugly. It is now beautiful, bordered by trees, plants and flowers, and a habitat for plenty of wildlife. To illustrate this with a few things I enjoy watching there, over the most open part of the site, that is adjoining the Marlow to Bourne End Road, A4155, you will often see a kestrel hovering on the lookout for small prey to stoop down to, red kites circling on the thermals or busy on the ground searching for worms. In March, if you are quiet and have a good eye, rabbits, now not nearly as common as they used to be in the UK, can be spotted grazing, camouflaged among the dead stalks of last summer's ruderal flowers, and early red admiral and fritillary butterflies sunning themselves on the warm bare ground. In spring and summer on the lake, moorhen chicks and large dragonflies can be seen among water lilies, great crested grebes fish with their young in tow, red, blue, green and black damselflies fly above the water, and among a variety of wildflowers on the site. Wild orchids flower along the footpath through the scrubland habitat. If you're looking the right way at the right moment, you can glimpse the flash of a kingfisher across the lake. The large teasel patch on one area of the site is full of wild bees feeding on their flowers, on the wild dog roses, the wild marjoram and many other wildflowers, while in winter little flocks of goldfinches forage on the teasel seeds. In autumn the bramble leaves glow brilliant red, and the reflections of the trees in the lake are stunning. In winter, there is a beautiful shape of the branches of winter trees to admire against the sky and of the pattern of their intricate shadows on the public footpath. In all seasons, there is a variety of woodland, hedgerow and other birds, both resident and visiting. These are just a few of the things that I, like many other people, enjoy about this open space. There is beauty and abundance to enjoy here in all seasons. Those who found nothing beautiful on the appeal site need to visit again and reconsider. There's so much worthy of a Greenbelt and Country Park to be protected into the future for all to enjoy. Madam Planning Inspector, I suspect that you will have time for only a shortish visit to the appeal site at one moment in the year, but I hope that my personal appreciation of the site will have added a small insight into this particular reason though only one of the many reasons why I and so many local residents wish to see the whole integrity of the green belt protected from the appellant's large-scale inappropriate development scheme. The mosaic of natural habitats that has developed over more than a quarter of a century and the wildlife it contains is a great complement to the other assemblage of wildlife at the Spade Oak Nature Reserve at the other end of the country park. Nature cannot thrive in small pockets. As all our science and conservation bodies, councils and government now recognise it needs landscape scale conservation strategies to thrive. Buckinghamshire does not have many significant bodies of water, one of the very best resources for nature conservation, and the group of lakes here in Marlowe's green belt is therefore clearly of county importance. I strongly believe they should be considered as a single composite, very valuable asset for nature recovery as well as for public enjoyment. Preserving the integrity and extent of Marlowe's green belt and the Little Marlow Country Park will allow in the long term a much more successful nature conservation outcome than hiving this nature-rich section at this end of the park off to inappropriate development. Once this section of our green belt is gone, together with the scope for improving the country park for people and wildlife in the future, that preserving the whole site of the appeal site gives, it is gone forever. This development will destroy the habitats I've described. On another point, I agree with the council's view that this development would constitute a huge, unsightly and inappropriate intrusion into the wider landscape of this part of the Chiltern landscape, severe enough to refuse its permission. The council and other landscape bodies have described in detail the views, the walks with views that so many enjoy and the adverse effect that this development would have on them. One aspect of the matters of views and of light pollution is a special view from Winter Hill at night. Winter Hill is a special place for viewing the night sky, particularly on nights of more notable astronomical events. When, as the best known example, the Aurora Borealis is visible this far south, Winter Hill is extremely popular, with people of all ages coming to view, including myself, from our local area, and they come from Wickham, Maidenhead and elsewhere. As we are on the southern edge of the Chilterns here, north-facing views of large expanses of the night sky are few and far between. At many hilltop places, a lot of the sky is obscured by close-by trees. Winter Hill is, in fact, the only really good place for miles around to get an expansive view of the night sky facing north, hence a night sky viewing destination of choice. One obvious attribute of this viewpoint is that down below is the Little Marlow Country Park area of Marlow's green belt. When you are there at night, let's say on Winter Hill, it is very notable how dark this area is, with only Westhorpe and Little Marlow communities and a few other houses minimally showing light below you. This means that glare and light pollution near Winter Hill and the AONB rising up the other side of the valley is very low until you get to the bright lights of Wickham on the horizon. The lights of Marlow itself are too far off to the left to be a distraction. Winter Hill is a very popular and well-loved place for stargazing and aurora watching and for photography of these phenomena. One could call it our local semi-dark skies area, obviously not in the category of a true dark skies designation, but still the best north-facing nice night sky viewing point that we have for miles around. Allowing a huge film studio complex operating 24/7 with all the attendant lighting, security lighting, and much increased amount of vehicle lights would create a huge amount of light pollution in an area that is currently basically dark. This is so evident to see when admiring the view at night. It also makes it very apparent how light pollution from the development would also irrevocably and negatively change the rural character and feel of the Westhorpe community and Little Marlow currently with no urban glare, and have negative impacts on the wildlife all around the area. I believe this is an additional reason why the landscape character of Winter Hill and the broad sweep of views from there over the valley and the AONB would be adversely and inappropriately impacted by the development and should be an additional reason for refusal. My other objections to the Marlow Film Studio development scheme are in my letters as stated. Thank you very much for listening. I do trust you will take my comments into account.
I will, as I will take everybody's into account. Thank you.
Thank you
Thanks very much. Okay, next up, please can I have Semper Aziz Harris? They may have gone. Okay. In that case, can I get, just checking Stephen Hill and Brad Blackburn are still not here? Okay. Then Lewis Taylor, please. Good morning, Lewis.
Good afternoon, just about. My name is Lewis Taylor and I'm a second-year film production student. I've grown up in Buckinghamshire and it was clear from a very young age I'm a creative and a storyteller. In the UK, students often graduate with significant debt due to tuition fees and living expenses. Students will often leave university with debts exceeding 40,000 or 50,000 upon graduation. At this point, in our ideal world, a young person should be able to fly the nest and set up on their own. But according to the IFS, as of 2023, approximately 30% of individuals aged 25 to 29 still reside with their parents. In the 1960s, the average house price was roughly 3 to 4 times the average annual salary. Now, it's risen to approximately 9 to 10 times the average annual salary in England. These statistics show how difficult it remains for college university leavers today, especially the creatives who don't have a typical career pathway to follow. The government have said they're committed to developing the creative industries. They recognise how important it is for the growth of the economy, and this would be a fantastic opportunity for that. And as Keir Starmer has said in the last few days about building project delays, for too long, blockers have had the upper hand in legal challenges, using our court processes to frustrate growth. Having a film studio close by would offer the students and graduates of Bucks valuable opportunities to gain industry experience and build professional networks. It will allow us to engage with professionals, observe real-world production processes, and potentially secure apprenticeships to enhance our practical skills. It could create opportunities for collaboration, mentorship, and employment, giving us a direct pathway into creative careers and boosting our confidence and employability. I live near the centre of High Wycombe, and not being a car owner, the new bus route would allow young people like me to travel to the studio easily and in an eco-friendly way. Bus travel would be a no-brainer. To conclude, I feel like Marlow Film Studios will bring in valuable opportunities to young people in this area wanting to get into the industry and prevent young people from having to leave their hometown to find opportunities elsewhere. I'm excited to be a potential part of the studios and I'm looking forward to what the future holds. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Thanks. Thank you. Okay, next up, I did have a Sue Imbriano, but she said she needed to leave before 12. I don't know if you're here. Do you want to come up, please? Sorry, I've just gone to the back of the sheet and realised. I do apologise. Afternoon. I keep on saying morning. It's afternoon.
Good afternoon. And I do have a written. Yeah. So thank you very much for the opportunity to address this inquiry. My name is Sue Imbriano and I currently chair an organisation called Young Creative Bucks, and that is the cultural education partnership for the county with a remit for children and young people up to the age of 25 years. Throughout my entire professional career, I have worked for and with children and young people, including almost 9 years as the Director of Children's Services for the former Buckinghamshire County Council. I would like to take just a few moments, therefore, to speak about the importance of this proposal for the children and young people of Buckinghamshire. This group of our demographic often doesn't get the opportunity to input into such discussions and decisions, which could directly impact their futures. That said, it was delightful to hear Charlie speak earlier this morning so eloquently on behalf of her peers. There is a significant body of research available on the importance of creativity in the development and everyday lives of us all. And I make no apology for being an ardent advocate for all children and young people to have an entitlement to be able to access creative and cultural opportunities. Alongside this, there is evident recognition by Buckinghamshire Council and a range of partners that the film and television industry has an important contribution to make to the economic growth of the local area. Local strategies and plans reference inter alia the challenges associated with securing talent pipelines into the creative industries, the need for more effective career pathways, and the retention of talented young people within the county. At the same time, our consultation with young people tells us that what they would like to see, for example, are places where we can go and see creative industries in action, contact with people in the creative industries for career advice, access to tech and industry standard equipment, places where we can be more creative, and a better system for getting work experience in the creative industries. Given this backdrop and the complexity and diversity of the Buckinghamshire education ecosystem, it seems that there are two fundamental pillars that need to be in place to help turn aspiration into reality for our children and young people, and to contribute to the delivery of the county's economic and skills priorities. Firstly, a robust, vibrant and sustainable partnership infrastructure, which brings together all sectors and phases of the education system across the county with local, outward-facing, committed and expert creative and cultural organisations. And secondly, the provision of accessible and realistic opportunities in the creative industry sector, particularly for young people facing a range of barriers and for whom a number of factors, such as the cost of living crisis, have served only to exacerbate the difficulties. As part of Marlow Film Studios' proposal, the establishment of a dedicated on-site education and skills academy offering education, skills development and employment opportunities will be the cornerstone of that essential partnership infrastructure. In addition to the benefits for our young people, the partnership with educators and the wider community will extend adults' understanding and knowledge of the true breadth of employment options in the film and television industry, be it through academic or technical and applied education routes. The opportunity for young people to participate in a wider range of technical and applied education pathways is to be welcomed and long overdue. The most salient aspect of the establishment of this academy is that its development will be informed from the outset by young people and educators collaborating with colleagues from the industry. This means it will be rooted in genuine need. In addition, the commitment to support disadvantaged students and those from underrepresented backgrounds to the provision of internships and bursaries will contribute to the realisation of the ambitions of Buckinghamshire's local Levelling Up programme, Opportunity Bucks. There's much more information on the Education and Skills Academy and associated programmes in the proposal, so I will not repeat that here. Instead, I will close by urging that, on behalf of the children and young people of Buckinghamshire, this proposal is recommended for agreement, thus opening up the way for them to become leaders in the creative sector and secure our rightful place in the future of the film and television industry. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you. Okay, next up, please, Mr. Richard Parker. Sorry, Mr. Richard Parker from the Marlow Society. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, I'm Richard Parker. I'm co-chair of the Marlow Society. And as a bit of background, the Marlow Society is a civic society and a charity that has been in existence for over 60 years. Its purpose, or one of its purposes, is to support the development of Marlow. And by Marlow, we mean not just Marlow Town, but Little Marlow, Great Marlow, and Bisham and Medmenham. The Society has over 800 members. Our members were consulted on the development. The result of our membership survey was that over 80% were opposed to the application. This is very similar to the equitable parish poll that was undertaken by Marlow Town Council. Initially, the Society was very open-minded as to the merits of the application. We have undertaken our own research and have come to the conclusion the application should be refused. I will summarise, to be brief, in the 4 headings. Firstly, insufficient reasons to overturn the Greenbelt designation. There is uncertainty for this studio space. The proposed location is in an area of low unemployment and skill shortages, which will limit the socio-economic benefits, if any. As the applicant is not a film studio operator, it is an offshore property company. Yes, national and local government policies do encourage this industry and it should be encouraged. However, they can be encouraged outside the southeast of England, where there are skill shortages. And up north, there are goods transport, studios exist, and there are brownfield sites. Secondly, unworkable transport arrangements. This site has no public transport. The sustainable transport policy put forward is unrealistic. Nearly all the workers will have to come by car or by van, for probably near 95%. As a result, there is certainly insufficient road capacity on the A415, A4155, Westlop Junction, and the A404, raising congestion and safety concerns. Thirdly, an inappropriate location for a film studios. You've heard the scale of the proposed development will change its character of the area. The Hollands Park development was approved on the basis that the loss of green space will be mitigated by this area. Appearance, a large bottomed landscape visible from miles around. A very negative impact on the residents in Little Marlow, the Mobile Home Park and Westhorpe House. Ground conditions, concerns over flooding on the proposed site or parts of the proposed site. Community access to the country park would be via an industrial site and would deter usage. And lastly, 4, a negative impact on the environment. There will be significant irreversible damage to the environment, as we just heard. Other areas of concern, the sewage capacity, contamination of water courses, light pollution, noise pollution, and of course, construction distribution for the 4 years. So I've tried to be brief. Thank you.
I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thanks very much. If you could give your comments as well. As a reminder for everybody, if you've got anything written that you've read out, if you can hand it over to the council, then they can log that as an inquiry document. Thank you. Next up, Prashad Shriramula. I'm really sorry if I've said that wrong. Prashad? Nope. Okay. And then I'm not sure. David Walker, are you objecting or supporting? You're 4. Right, do you want to come up then? Because I'm trying to do it 50-50 at the minute. Hello, good morning.
I can press it if you like.
That would be very helpful.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I also have my wife, Mrs. Walker, who's not here, but I was going to do it on her behalf. She came on earlier this week.
Yep.
Is that all right? I can press them both at the same
That would
time.
be very helpful. Yes, please.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you so much.
All right. In terms of mine, basically, I'm in favour for the case for providing a media hub for a filmmaking community, for books, economy growth, more jobs, more use of local businesses and expertise. Madam and Speaker and Councillors, my name is David Walker. I'm talking to you today in favour of this project for the media hub and for filmmaking community.
as someone who cares about books, economic growth, employment, and the book's next generation, and the benefit of significant business effects to the significant business to local books. I care about green issues. I'm a member of National Trust, but sometimes we have to look at the bigger picture for the books economy. We want to bring new business to the area. It provides growth for business we're proud of. It also provides 4,000 jobs in the creative light industry and service industry. It's easy to talk about growth. Cameron, Boris, Richie Sunak, Starmer do regularly. But what are we really doing about it? We can grow in the film industry in Marlow, responding to global demand and utilising the undoubted expertise in the west of London, which is notorious. There are talented people who would use the Marlow Film Studios. You have already heard from Marlow Film Studios has enjoyed the backing of big names in film and TV, such as the director James Cameron and the Venom director Andy Serkis. We need to support growth here and not leave it to others. And also, it's privately funded, unlike a lot of initiatives for business growth in the economy. Let's face it, the growth will help to fund the issues anticipated with transport links, cycle paths, and river flooding proposals. It's much longer than this, but I'll go to my conclusion. Basically, I urge you to support the Marlow Film Studios for growth of the local economy, for jobs and opportunities for the next generation and others, for greater prosperity in the books area, and for leaving a legacy of a successful film industry for future generations. What's the alternative? We say no to significant growth in the local economy. We say no to our daughters, sons, and grandchildren. We say leave books and look for a job. The guy just before me said, go up north. There's loads of brand sites up there. We say we don't need any greater spend in High Wycombe and Marlow. I appeal to you not to stymie this opportunity. It's an opportunity we can't reject. Yeah, my wife, sorry. Okay, yeah, oh gosh.
No, it's all right. Just hand them, give them to Harvey on your way out, if that's all right. Just otherwise I'll end up with,
Too many.
yeah. And
Yeah,
I don't
okay.
know, yeah.
This is from my wife, yeah. It's a case for from a local resident. So please, it's the wrong accent and wrong. My wife has a very BBC accent. I don't. Madam Inspector and Councillors, my name is Lamia Walker. I'm talking you today in favour of the Marlow Film Studies as a local entrepreneur, local resident and parent of an arts graduate. And she just goes on to say that her daughter is an arts graduate and has ended up going to Bristol, not the local area. The size, I'll just go on, the size of the studio will make a big employer and plenty of opportunity across all manner of skill sets. We cannot pass this by. It's a real chance for experience, growth, rather than decline in our local economy. Why would we turn this away? It doesn't make sense. The growth will help to fund issues anticipated with transport links, river flooding, and so on. Our youth are leaving the area because there are no jobs to engage them. We have one of the lowest birth rates in the south of England, and the younger generation are leaving to find work and build elsewhere. We don't want really to do that. With the film studios, we have an opportunity to engage, retain our local talent, nurture this talent, and embed these skills in a new centre of excellence. I have personal experience, that's my wife. Our daughter gained, oh yeah, this is more just about Bristol. So, but in Bristol, you know, they've actually developed opportunities in film and TV. Basically, Bristol has provided jobs through the BBC and Aardman studios. We are hemorrhaging talent and now recognised and employed in other regions. So we're really going to shift our sons, daughters and grandchildren, if they're in the relevant industries, to other areas of the country. So our local area needs people of vision, experience and business acumen, innovative ideas with growth potential and global appeal. Let's back Marlow Film Studios before we lose the opportunity to ensure our community can thrive and grow in a positive way, future-proofing them for our children and future generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your comments. And if you just give them to Harper, thank you. Okay. Next up, please, Richard Johnston, if you're still here. Good afternoon.
I am Richard Johnston, and my wife and I have lived on the outskirts of Bourne End towards Little Marlow since 2017. I am a supporter of the creation of the proposed Little Marlow Country Park. I believe that the impact of the proposed studios on the green belt and on traffic locally will be considerable. I'm also particularly concerned that development on this site would add further to flood risk. The River Thames in the Marlow area has over the last 10 years seen a significant increase in flooding, and this is only likely to continue. However, as someone who has worked in the creative industries for most of my career, I am predisposed to supporting the expansion of the film industry if this project was in the right place with the right people. Others have at length provided evidence as to why it's in the wrong place. But what about the people? The list of Marlow Film Studio ambassadors is impressive, and the directors of the company in their own fields, I would think, are good at what they do. But who has the necessary experience to operate a film studio? The chief executive, Mr. Robert Laycock, has to have that experience if he is then expected to recruit round him a good team to operate it. For all his geniality and willingness to work with the community, has he got the necessary experience to operate a film studio successfully? Not knowing anything about Mr. Laycock, I took to Google to try and help me seek out his relevant experience, expanding on that referred to in the information provided by him on the Marlow Film Studios website. It says, in addition to Robert being a producer, editor, and writer, and with reference to his notable farming interests, Robert is also an executive partner of the Ian Fleming estate, including the creative opportunities of the James Bond franchise. If you put those words into Google search, adding Laycock after Robert, no additional information appears other than in the IDMB link. In the 6th post of the IDMB link, dated the 26th of November 2013, there is a reference to the film director Duncan Jones pulling out of the proposed Ian Fleming biopic. I couldn't find anything else. I then turned to Mr. Laycock's company information on the gov.uk website, where it lists an individual's company appointments. There is a company listed called Ian Fleming Publications Limited. Mr. Laycock was appointed a director on the 9th of March 2000.
He resigned on the 10th of September 2009. I understand that there have been film studios recently established locally which have failed. Is it just a factor of market decline? I believe it to be also very likely that the people operating these businesses underestimated the difficulty and complexity of running a film studio. As a former chief executive of two major London theatre groups and the UK's largest group of racecourses, I know that facility businesses, which is what this is, are difficult to operate and rely on considerable business expertise. Expertise which Mr. Laycock simply does not have. Any new studio should be subject to rigorous market testing, such that there is confidence of high levels of occupation and a compelling return on investment. Has this taken place? Does such information exist? The real tragedy would be if the studios were to be built and to attempt to operate and find it, like two others, too difficult. It is then most likely that the education and community benefits promised fall by the wayside first to try and keep the business going. Others have surmised that if Marlow Film Studios can get planning permission, they will seek to sell the land at a vast profit and leave it to somebody else to establish. The Lord Vasey on Wednesday evening said at the end of his statement, on a personal note, these are not remote people to make a quick buck. I'm afraid that I think that many of us in the room think they may well be. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, next up, please. Martin Bryant, are you a supporter or objector? Objector, right, okay, I'll not come to you next then. Okay, Babby Defang, are you here? No. Okay, Cecilia Garrido. Cecilia Garrido? No. Vivian Morton, are you objecting or supporting? Vivian Morton? No. Jack Lineker? Jeremy Turner? Okay. Do you want to come up then, please? Hi, good afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I have many reasons for wishing to see Marlow Film Studios built, not least from a personal perspective as a working supporting artist in the film and TV industries. But I also bring a unique perspective as a former resident of Marlow, former president of the Marlow and District Chamber of Trade and Commerce, former chair of the Marlow and District Young Conservatives. I retain an enormous affection for the area and a keen interest in its prosperity, despite the fact that I haven't lived here for some time. I do come here regularly. I've been a supporting artist for the best part of 25 years, mainly part-time, and I have experienced a wide variety of productions from blockbuster films and streaming services, BBC productions, student films. Conditions for supporting artists vary enormously, even on major productions. I recently worked on a new major film production for an Oscar-winning producer, and the setup was in a field. The set was inside a temporary structure, and the other facilities were intense due to a lack of available studio space. And how much better would filming have been in a purpose-built studio? And since I wrote this just last Wednesday, I've been a regular on a major streaming science fiction series, which is now filming series 3. I've been in 1 and 2. Series, it's in a industrial estate, not a purpose-built studio. And whilst the warehouse in which the main set is built is adequate for the set, the ancillary
facilities are not always that good. On series 2, they were good for the essays. We had a sort of cafeteria where they were able to produce and serve good food, and where we could sit down comfortably. They were warm in winter, cool in summer. But on the current series, that space has now been taken over by the costume department because they needed the space. And on Wednesday, I spent time with hand warmers on a cold bus and also elsewhere close to the set. Again, cold facilities without even with just sat on a bench without even a chair with a back to it. So there is a need, certainly from the point of view of the supporting artists, for proper studio facilities. I've had a word with the people involved in Marlowe's studios, including the architect, and I've been assured that the needs of the supporting artists have been taken into account and that really good facilities will be provided. I think the plans are very thoughtful and address some key concerns for many working in the industry. For example, the proposed new bus services from local stations will enable supporting artists who do not have cars or who prefer to use public transport to work. And there are a number who do not use cars, who do travel by public transport. So that will be a great help for them. There will be personal benefits for myself and others like me, and I'm strongly supportive of the much wider benefits for the UK film industry and for local residents, from jobs and transport improvements to training, education and partnership opportunities. They represent an undeniable case for planning permission being granted. Now, I worked for 2 years in the 1970s as Assistant District Solicitor at Wokingham District Council. My duties included representing the council at planning inquiries, and I can see no real merit in the objections to the application. Looking back on my time in Marlow, it is clear by now that we should have learnt the benefits of these local economic boosts, which don't come around all that often. In the late 60s and early 70s, there was a reluctance to allow any more planning permissions for local offices. And when the International Civil Nuclear Services Company, Urenco, applied for new offices, their application was opposed. And the opposition arguments had a very similar tone to some of the arguments we've got to the current application. And if I remember correctly, the Marlow Society was one of the objectors to that. But fortunately, Urenco was successful, and their presence in Marlow from 1970 until very recently enhanced its kudos and prosperity considerably. And it seems laughable now that the application was opposed. So I trust that you, Madam Inspector, can recommend that the Marlow Film Studios be allowed to bring its huge benefits to the town and the wider area and to the British film industry. And I would add that the production that I referred to on Monday, the author of the books on which the series is based produced a YouTube video in which he was praising to the highest possible limits the skills of the British film industry, how impressed he was with the set building, special effects and all ancillary matters. And he was absolutely delighted that his books were being brought to life in Britain. Thank you, Madam.
Thanks for your comments. Thank you. Okay, next up I've got Paul Strzelki. Or Strzelecki. Hello. Good afternoon.
Thank you. You didn't do a bad job. My name is Paul Strzelecki. I lived in Bourne End for 15 years and a similar time on the dark side of Cookham, just 3 miles along the 415 East through Bourne End and over the listed bi-directional one-way Cookham Bridge over the Thames. That's the transition to Berkshire and the Royal Borough of Windsor and Maidenhead Authority. Cookham was labelled a village in heaven by the famous artist Sir Stanley Spencer. I've spent 7 years as a voluntary contributor to my community, from the earliest local plan draft evaluating local traffic impacts from local developments and working with traffic consultants. I'm not qualified in planning, and much to the disappointment of the disparaging speaker on Wednesday evening, I've been a visiting professor of science and engineering for 15 years after a career in technology. I'm not creative, although I did make a camcorder movie once. However, that means I'm analytical and numerate and will deal with matters of planning policy and evidence. It's not sexy. I've got no references to Tom Cruise or Brad Pitt, just evidence. And I make no apology for that. I've not analysed the entirety of this application. Therefore, I take a neutral view on the project. However, I object to the specifics of the application as refused and appealed. My objection relates to the inadequate traffic assessment and significant impacts, particularly on Cookham's highway network, by this proposed development without any proposed mitigation. Specifically, the Spencer's Gallery Junction, literally 100 metres over the bridge, which affects the entire borough as it's the meeting place of 2 RBWM strategic highways. This is a well-known pinch point, as coined by the local plan inspector, recognising it is, quote, frustrating for commuters and residents. The same can be said for the Bisham roundabout just south on the 404 bypass, which is blocked, if blocked, creates gridlock in Cookham, as it's the only other Berkshire route over the Thames. Let me provide context. Whilst not the entirety of the basis of this objection, I raised the new NPPF. I know you've had debate on the relevance of the new December 24 framework. However, as a precedent, I spoke at the December hearing on the largest development in Cookham's history, just 1 week after the new NPPF and 3 hours before explanations on its impact. Despite requesting a postponement to assimilate the implications, this was not afforded, and the meeting was held under the new NPPF. Therefore, I adopt the position of it being a material consideration to this inquiry. Contrary to much of the new NPPF, Section 9 on traffic is one of the few areas where it has been made more demanding on developers and authorities. In particular, NPPF 109 makes transport considerations an important part of early engagement with local authorities, and now requiring an understanding of impacts on local networks. I will show the application does not comply. NPPF 115 calls for a vision-led approach, which means involving the public in a joint vision over traffic and requires cost-effective mitigation proposals. Hence the reason to need to understand so you know how to mitigate. There are no mitigation proposals for Cookham Bridge traffic congestion. In fact, the Wickham local plan, in recognising the need, said there was an existing problem and proposed no mitigation despite knowing it worsened the situation. The implied view is that the bridge will take all the traffic you throw at it, but it can't. NPPF 116, an application can only be refused on traffic grounds if, after mitigation, a road network would be severe, taking account of all future scenarios. I believe there's a case for severe cumulative residual impact created by developments without mitigation, and this one is the straw to break the camel's back. Notwithstanding the NPPF, there is actually a strategic MOU dated February 2017 between what was Wickham, now Bucks Council, and RBWM. Schedule G agrees to cooperate on only 2 strategic highway issues, Bisham Roundabout and Cookham Bridge. The MOU was to satisfy both local plans' legal need to prove duty to cooperate. Such cooperation did not take place on Cookham Bridge, and I have that in writing from the head of RBWM Planning. If it had, measures would have been agreed to mitigate all Wickham developments, including this one. Both authorities failed here. Note there's also a 600-home cumulative Wickham local plan development between this site and Cookham Bridge called Hollands Farm Slate Meadow. The TA, the traffic assessment on this application, May 22, indicates approximately 500 two-way movements peak hour, and the site with 3% impacting the area close to the bridge, although no assessment of the bridge is shown, which it should if impact is to be understood. Now that's only 15 vehicles. Does it matter? It's considered in the September 23 supplementary Part 1 TA 5.182 to be a very low number and no material impact. 5183, no material impact to the wider network, and then continues in 185 that the impact on the wider network is not severe. So what's the error in these statements and why is it so significant? In the Ardent Consultant TA on that largest Cookham development, the effect of Hollands Farm Bourne End development was shown to be an increase in delays of a whopping 300% on Cookham. It called for mitigation paid for by Wickham. However, no cooperation, no mitigation. As the junction will be over capacity, as it's technically called, with committed development measured by the RFC over 1, and the effect of even small amounts of traffic becoming non-linear for its effect. In fact, as shown in the TA, only 9 extra two-way movements increased delays by a further 150%. I therefore estimate even just with the 15 more from this application would give an additional 300% increase in delay due to the non-linearity or the funnel effect as it's known. That's on top of Hollands Farm 300%. Unacceptably, this application fails to acknowledge or model this. This may well be considered severe with a cumulative total impact of 10 times the current delays. And I would add 15 cars is likely a gross underestimate. We have household name actors in our village. We have businesses that supply audio-visual equipment to global organizations, and a Hollywood A-lister this month spent 25 million on the most expensive house in Bucks, and it's literally next to the Cookham Bridge. If the 15 vehicles en route to the studios are gridlocked, there is a serious economic impact of millions of pounds, as shown when the bridge was closed for repairs last year. The proposed express bus service into Cookham could be renamed Tortoise, forget sustainable transport, as buses are the first to be gridlocked in our one-way system. This is not parochial. The effect of Cookham Bridge is felt immediately in Bourne End. Could this be judged severe as per the NPPF? They say it's a high bar, too high to reach. Well, ask Inspector Woodward, who last September refused Gom Valley 500 home Wickham local plan application appeal 1 mile from here. Why? Due to severe cumulative residual impact, no mitigation, and not taking care of wider impacts and the wrong software. The fact is that we can only speculate it's so in Cookham, but without further assessment, we can't justify. However, note that RBWM in September 23, the same time as the September 23 TA supplementary on this application, as a consultee to this application, specifically commented that when assessing the highways data, the effect on Cookham Bridge and the A308 junctions, Bisham Roundabout, be assessed to make sure development would not impact the RBWM junctions on the surrounding network. This was also raised by Cookham Society in August 23. We already have shown that this request cannot be met without mitigation. Therefore, approving this application as is would be an affront to the neighbouring borough and to this one. This application does not adequately assess the wider network impacts on Cookham and RBWM, and the claims stated earlier are evidence to the contrary. Simply put, the Thames is like a Berlin Wall. Nobody knows what's happening on the other side and doesn't really care unless you live by it. Inspector, when you come to the Cookham, please come over the bridge, but not at peak time. As you'll see, Cookham High Street is a site with 32 heritage assets with a 500-year-old buildings. Normal mitigation is not possible, which raises the need to act on the strategic MOU and likely come up with a fundamental plan which this scheme would need to contribute to, perhaps the third crossing. As it stands, I propose upholding the decision to refuse with the recommendation that the developer, Bucks Council, RBWM and Highways England finally cooperate and find solutions to our traffic problem by overcoming the myopic view and to date has been avoided, albeit caused by the Wickham suggestions. I suggest a condition for the project, if approved, to provide appropriate monies and mitigation plan, but only following a detailed assessment for the two main Cookham junctions as a starting point. Finally, you might be surprised that RBWM at the local plan hearing volunteered the idea of tweaking the traffic lights over the bridge in favour of Cookham, allowing queues to back up into Bourne End. Seems RBWM owns the traffic lights. The application assessments fail MPPF traffic tests, fails to model critical junctions and fails to mitigate crippling effects. So please, Inspector, of course, make the judgment, the recommendations on the project, but if it is to go ahead, please insist on an assessment and mitigation of Cookham's severe traffic issue. Otherwise, you'll have to be Mary Poppins to get to the film studio. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Thank you. Okay. Next on my list, Russell Stone. Thank you. Hello.
Afternoon, everybody. My name is Russell Stone. I'm the head of School of Creative and Digital Industries at Buckinghamshire New University, which is located here in High Wycombe. We have quite a number of courses that would hugely benefit from this development. In my own school, we have film production, film and TV production, media production, visual effects, animation and so forth. And in the other creative school at the university, we also have acting, hair and makeup for film and TV, prosthetics, special effects and so on. These are courses at undergraduate and postgraduate level. They also include a foundation year. Foundation year, if you look at the typical profile of foundation year students, they're mature. They often have significant caring responsibilities, and it's very much part of our widening participation remit that we firmly believe in at BNU. I'm really excited about this project because of the Educational Skills Academy. A big part of my job, quite rightly, is about ensuring that graduates are employable and have the right skills and training to enter the workforce. And I spend a lot of time talking to businesses of all sorts, but if we just focus on the creative industries at the moment, what they tell me is that our students, by and large, have learnt the right software, have trained on the correct equipment, and we rely on our friends in industry to keep us informed of those changes. But where graduates, and this isn't just Bucks, across the piece fall down, is what they commonly call soft skills. I like to prefer to call professional skills. Negotiation, communication, problem solving, working under pressure, being flexible, and learning to collaborate. Those are the skills that I'm consistently told are lacking in graduates from whichever university they come from. So, of course, as educators, it is our responsibility to make sure our students can demonstrate those skills. And we often use group work as a means to do that, to put them into teams, to force them into situations where they have to collaborate, they have to communicate, they have to negotiate. But there is a limit to how much we can mirror what will happen when they get to industry. And that is where we need people like Marlowe Studios to help us. Yes, we do have existing relationships with other film studios and production companies. But what Marlowe is proposing goes way beyond any of the relationships we currently have, because we will be in at the start of an academy. As somebody said earlier, we are being consulted about what that would look like, where they can help us to make the workforce of the future and to upskill the existing workforce as well. And the other thing that I think is very worth noting is that when people talk about work experience, and there was one of the students from BNU articulated about student finances, student poverty is a real issue nationally. If you say to a student, there is an extracurricular activity for you, would you like to go and do it at a local company? Unless it's paid, they will have to turn it down, because that means they are turning down paid work. They simply cannot afford to not work. This is on top of the £50,000+ debt most graduates will come out with. So it's not inclusive. It's not inclusive to say there's an opportunity. Again, if I refer back to the Educational Skills Academy, Marlow are proposing paid placements. That is a game changer. And they're proposing them on a scale I haven't seen before. And that will mean that the most disadvantaged students, those that can't rely on bank of mum and dad to bail them out, will be able to take advantage of those opportunities, which right at the moment, they simply cannot afford to take. And the second point I would like to make is that BNU's DNA is all about inclusivity. I'll just give you a couple of facts and figures which are published on our website under our access and participation plan. 27% of our students are from this local region. Another 34 are from Greater London. And many of them are from the most deprived wards here in High Wycombe, in Aylesbury and Slough. 18% of our students are black, above a sector average of 11%, and 22% received free school meals whilst they were at school, against a sector average of 19. And 64% of our students come from the most deprived parts of the UK, as measured by the index of multiple deprivation. We really do widen access. Now, we know that the film industry has a problem with diversity. It does not reflect society. It doesn't reflect society even in this area. And I've been onto many of the major studios here, and I look around, and I hate to say it, but I see people like me, white middle-class people, predominate. Why? Because up to now, it's very much been about social capital. If you know somebody, they can get you in. That is not the right thing to do for any business. It doesn't lead to the best outcomes, and of course, morally, it is not correct. I had an open day just this weekend. I go to all the schools' open days, and I spend most of my time talking to parents. And you could imagine if their child is going to spend £50,000, they want to know what their employment opportunities would look like. But of course, it's difficult to say, yes, come and study a degree in film with us. But if they are global majority applicants, as which many are, can I hand on my heart say you'll be given the same opportunity to work in that industry as other people are? A formal relationship with somebody like Marlow will allow all our students to have the opportunity to really connect with industry, to work with the very best, to have experience on set that we can only hope to emulate. Therefore, I wholeheartedly support this on behalf of young people and students and those who aspire to work in an industry that is in which we in the UK are world leading. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Okay, Emma Hawkins, please. How's your arm? I believe you fell.
Yeah, so I'm hoping this has shown my commitment to be here because I broke my wrist the other day and couldn't come and speak on Wednesday objecting, and I've now come here today. I feel there are a few points I'd like to make, and some of those haven't been mentioned. So I am one of the people that lives on the housing estate very close to the business park, which I'm hoping you will when you go to visit the site, you will park in this road because you'll see firsthand one of the issues that I want to speak about in my objection. Parking is an issue. We've heard all the glossy things about all the jobs it's going to provide, the use of public transport, but as a resident, the road I live in, the areas I walk in, there are people parking in our roads that are parking to go to work, and they're filling our roads. Our roads are already busy. Most people have got more than one car. Fire engines and bin lorries already struggle to get down our roads. I have stood near the Volvo Bridge. I have watched people park and walk to Globe Business Estate, which is very close to me, is not at capacity, And if this film studio needs to be built, it could be built there. It doesn't have to be built on Greenbelt. So I'm very concerned about the lack of mitigation for all the extra cars that are going to be parking in our roads. The bit of mitigation I did read about was that a survey was done in conjunction, I think, with Bucks, but about putting in permit parking for the roads where people working on the film studio will park. As I've said, I live on this estate. It is where the poorest of Marlow live. I cannot afford to move off this estate. We cannot afford permit parking. That is not an adequate mitigation. People will be parking for this film studio in our estate, and it will cause problems. There's only one way into our estate. We have no other access, so extra cars are going to cause major problems to us. And this, in all honesty, since this project has been said, it has affected my mental health. The glossy brochures, the people calling people like me NIMBYs. I am not a NIMBY. I don't have a problem with business. What I have a problem with is business not being ethical and is causing mental health issues for people. I want to be brief. Another thing I want to talk about is litter. I set up a group in Marlow 6 years ago called Marlow Wombles. Again, I see the disastrous facts, the disastrous consequences of people driving, coming into Marlow, dropping their litter down my road, down the Wiltshire Road. There are people parking up, eating their snacks, dumping their litter and going off elsewhere. I have real concerns about litter issues that will be caused by all these extra people living, parking, snacking, eating in Marlow. I have also litter picked tree guards from various businesses around areas around Little Marlow. The mitigation is we'll plant some saplings for these new trees, but then will the tree guards that are usually made of plastic be taken away? So yeah, I have big litter concerns, and no one has spoken about litter that people driving causes, and I can speak firsthand about that. Another issue I want to talk about is mental health. Not only has my mental health and lots of other locals, residents' mental health been affected by the glossy PR and the being called NIMBYs and all of that things, but also I am a child therapist. I understand from my training that nature helps children's mental health. It helps our mental health. That area that has been called just grey belt is an area of natural, outstanding beauty. I live very close to that area. I see the bats, I see the birds. It has been a benefit to my mental health, this area, because as I say, I'm 5 minutes away. I can walk over the Volvo Bridge. I walk that site regularly. Young people's mental health is at an all-time low. I work with lots of different children, and if you take nature away from children, they do not understand that when you concrete over nature and animals leave, what detriment it will have to their long-term mental health. And that is also a key part. Saying you're going to give them a job, if they then can't get a job and you've concreted over this nature, because once that nature's left, it won't come back. Who is going to pick up the consequences of those children's mental health when they're struggling because all the nature is gone? People like me. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, and I hope you make a swift recovery. Okay, Mark Scoyles, please. Good afternoon.
My name is Mark Scoyles. I've been a resident in Marlow since I was 1. I've had a business on Marlow High Street for the last 10 years. I'm also a founder and chair of Marlow Living Streets, which is a local voluntary group for registered charity Living Street. The aim of the charity is to ensure built urban environments that encourage people to walk more by street designs that are safer and more attractive, ultimately improving health, well-being, and local economies by reducing car congestion and promoting active travel. Excuse me. I'll be focusing on support for the sustainable transport offer first. So I've lived in Marlow over 45 years. I still have cousins that live in Bourne End. And for 8 years, I had to be ferried back and forth over Westport interchange to go to primary schools in Little Marlow and Bourne End. So over the past 4 decades, I've walked, run, cycled and driven across that Westport roundabout and used the paths around the proposed site hundreds of times. The main area development has primarily been a place we would rush through on the planned upgraded public right of way through to get to the Queen's Head pub and also the actual nature reserve, which is on the other side of Little Marlow. So in the last 4 decades, the volume of car traffic on Westthorpe has could have doubled or trebled. I haven't measured it myself, but other than the occasional resurfacing, repair work of fencing over the dual carriageway, there's never been any significant investment. Current provision for active travel across the roundabout and between Marlow, Little Marlow and Bourne End is pretty woeful, and it's poorly and infrequently maintained. We all know local authorities have been starved of funding, but it's disheartening to see active travel infrastructure normally way down the list of priorities, despite all the proven benefits to residents when they are given viable alternatives to driving across and in between their communities. A decade ago, there were legal obligations signed by the Old Wycombe District Council to provide improved walking and cycling routes across the RUR4 area after the completion of athletics track, which is next to the site in question. This has never been done. I'm afraid that, frankly, the whole area has been mismanaged by some councillors for decades. When I first heard about this application, it was from the founders at a Marlow Chamber of Commerce meeting, who were really keen to get community feedback on their vision a year before their planning application was actually submitted. Personally, I was quite ambivalent, and I looked at net positive and negative aspects of for the community at a district and a country level as well. I do believe planners should give more strategic consideration and weight to projects such as this studio that provide a vision of how we would like to live, move around and work in 2050, with less weight given on arbitrary lines drawn on a map in 1950. Back to the transport. So as in every other aspect of this application, I feel it's vision-led. I should have put this out. I didn't have to. Yeah. So yes, it's been the transport mitigation is ambitious, very ambitious for South Bucks. It's a pioneering travel plan for public transit and active travel in the area. It shouldn't have been dismissed as just as too ambitious or unachievable by Bucks Council. It's exactly the sort of exactly the sort of plan Active Travel England and Bucks local plans and travel policies demand. I see these proposals as a major first step and a catalyst for further investment and development for active travel, bus and rail travel networks across South Bucks. I'm not sure how relevant arguments about excessive studio traffic rumbling past schools and houses and blocking and polluting streets in towns and villages at other sites are, considering that 99% of commuter and visitor vehicle traffic to the Marlow Film Studios will be coming directly off the A404 and won't have to go past any houses or schools or anything else like that. As I believe Mr. Dix will advocate later, these proposals use a holistic vision and validate approach to their transport plan rather than the traditional predict and provide car-centric model that the council have used. When you model and plan cars and congestion on our roads, you will get cars and congestion and the queuing of inhumane and queuing on inhumane 4-lane roads. Delivering sustainable human-scale streets and highways that focus on people movement rather than car movement is the goal, and improvements in this transport plan will deliver better journeys for walking, cycling and driving. Bucks Council were right to push for an additional replacement Volvo Bridge on top of the Westport interchange improvements. Quality step-free access across the A404 away from the busy A4155 will provide a safe, convenient link for cyclists and walkers. It's giving a quality DDA-approved sustainable access for local residents from the east and west, and with new safe crossing over the north of the A4055 for access to the garden centre, cafe, Emmett's Farm Shop, and public paths into Bloomwood and the AONB. I respectively suggest that the permissive paths and public nature trails around Roach Lake and the Spade Oak Nature Reserve, quarter of a mile away, should be inclusively, sustainably and easily accessible to everyone and not just residents of Westport Park and Little Marlow. This application, in partnership with Bucks Council and the SANG provision, will provide that accessibility, much more improved accessibility, I should say. As we just heard from Emma, the housing estate on the other side of the A404, next to the proposed ramp bridge, is in a catchment area for an infant school in Little Marlow. This new ramped bridge will give a real alternative to families needing to travel the 1.5 miles between the school instead of having to drive and add congestion on the A4155. It should also be noted that the housing estate is officially classed as one of the most deprived areas in Buckinghamshire. It is in the bottom quintile for income and educational deprivation in the county. I know people living there who would welcome the long-term opportunities in a growing global business on their doorstep. I know others that don't as well, but it's a balance. Again, just on the other side of the bypass is Globe Park Industrial Estate. It has it's had a 50% occupancy rate for years, but I would imagine being within walking distance of a world-class studio creative hub, there'll be many businesses in the film and supply industry who would want to utilise at least some of those empty buildings. Several people have highlighted the social economic need for the studios for people in surrounding towns of High Wycombe and Maidenhead. I believe there is a need for investment in Marlow there as well. Finally, in defending their transport decision, the local authorities seem to be making excellence the enemy of good, or the better. Without additional investment in the infrastructure and environment around Westport Lakes that this development would bring, I fear the inevitable consequence of continued managed decline of the public realm in this area. Marlow and Buckinghamshire deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your comments. Helen Bradbury. Hello, good morning. Good afternoon, sorry.
Hi. Hi, my name is Helen Bradbury. I've lived in Marlow for 20 years, and I'm also a co-founder and trustee of an environmental charity called Pocket Wilding. We recently completed phase 1 of a planting project with Marlow Town Council and a number of local other environmental charities to increase biodiversity and reduce air pollution, because Marlow has a problem with air pollution. We had lots of volunteers from across Bucks, including students from local schools, and a team of volunteers with learning difficulties, all passionate about the environment. Connection to the land was incredibly important for them, as it helps with mental health, it's time away from screens, and they were learning new skills, working on the land, planting new hedgerow and maintenance of existing trees, contributing to their wider community and helping to mitigate the effects of climate change. Valuable skills that can't be replaced by AI. Skills that could be offered if the land was used as intended as a country park, which could create greener jobs for local people and continue to be a space for all the community to enjoy. They might not sound as glamorous as film industry skills, if that's how you judge people, but they're still vital and extremely rewarding nonetheless. The studio does not meet the special circumstances required to build on Greenbelt. This isn't an application where permission should be granted for growth that can easily be achieved elsewhere on land that isn't Greenbelt. With so many other studios in the pipeline, the local economic promises cannot be guaranteed, and checking that jobs have gone to local people is very rare once a project is completed. And despite what we heard on Wednesday, the industry isn't as buoyant as has been claimed. According to the Union for the Creative Industry, BECTU, in their most recent survey, July 2024, a year after the industrial action in the US, more than half, 52% of the UK's film and TV workforce are still out of work, and just 6% said that they have seen a full recovery in their employment since the US industrial action. We also need to factor in the impact that AI is having. This isn't speculation. It's a known risk within the industry. It's well documented and written about, and is part of the reason behind the writers' strikes. Therefore, the need for studios of this scale could be very short term. Meanwhile, this greenbelt is lost permanently. It's not like housing where there will always be a need. This is hugely speculative and being driven by persuasive developers with a big PR budget, with exciting promises that may never materialise. So please don't be persuaded by their unsubstantiated speculative promises. AI is having an ever-increasing impact at every stage of the filmmaking process, from script writing to visual effects to distribution. This includes the shooting process that takes place at film studios. Some commercials are already being generated using AI, such as the recent Coca-Cola ad, and ultimately some films and TV shows will also be fully generated using AI models. This will ultimately have a profound impact on the number of shoots and the utilisation of film studios worldwide. An example of this AI encroachment was in September 2024 with the deal between Lionsgate Studios and AI research firm Runway, allowing them access to the company's large film and TV library to train a new generative model for filmmaking. The future landscape of the industry is changing at a rapid pace, and at a faster pace than it takes to build a studio. Many jobs may be obsolete by the time it's built. It isn't pleasant, but that is what we are facing. And also the new political situation that's been mentioned with Donald Trump trying to keep as much work in the USA. And we know the impact that the USA market had on the UK with the writers' strike. When you visit the site, I ask you to really feel it, to experience it, and to really observe it and look at it, and to connect with it. The developers like to paint it in a very different light, but it's land that is covered with plants, wildflowers, grasses, trees, shrubs and hedgerow, all of which are incredibly important, and it's teeming with wildlife. It's beautiful. This isn't just land. It's a part of our shared home, a living, breathing ecosystem that sustains us as much as we sustain it. We are not separate from nature, and we are deeply connected and utterly dependent on it. As well as providing a home to wildlife, this beautiful green space cleans the air alongside two busy roads. You bulldozer over it and increase traffic to the area, and our air pollution goes up even further, which impacts the health of the community. The soils, trees, plants and shrubs take up rainwater, and you concrete over it and the flood risk for the community goes up even further. It's land that is used and loved by young families for dog walks, by nature lovers, cyclists and joggers. You destroy the land, you negatively impact the community's mental health. And if you walk across the bridge over the A404, you come to Globe Business Park, where many vacant office buildings and warehouses sit. So how, when these spaces are sitting empty so nearby, can we justify the destruction of greenbelt land? Cube Studio in nearby Hollyport was created in an existing warehouse using virtual production sets. I know it's smaller than a proposed studio, but it's proof that you can adapt existing buildings. Once the land is destroyed, it's destroyed forever. It isn't grey belt, it's most definitely green belt, preventing urban sprawl and protecting the special character of our historic town. This project is much better suited by a motorway corridor where it will do no harm and the transport connections are better. I ask that you please respect the decision of Bucks County Council and the local community who voted against the proposal. It's very clear that it doesn't meet the special circumstances for building on Greenbelt, and the industry has become too risky. If we don't protect the environment, the future our children face is very bleak, much bleaker than if one film studio isn't built on precious Greenbelt. The best investment we can make for them is a safe future with secure, greener jobs that can't be replaced with AI, and protecting nature, our home on which we depend. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Okay, I ask for no clapping, please. I know it's difficult, but it's not helpful to me. Okay, Michael Garvey, please support. In fact, it's just gone 1:15. How many people left want to speak? 'Cause I've got a list, but I know there's some people not here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right. What do you think about breaking for lunch, or do you want to just plow on through? Plow on through? Yeah, yeah, okay, right, we'll do that. Right, so, Mr. Garvey? Yes. Hiya. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'll try and keep this brief. I'll precede the written statement that I've got.
Thank you.
My name is Michael Garvey. I am the chairman of Buckinghamshire Business First. BBF was founded in 2011 to give local businesses a voice on issues that affect them and to help shape our local economy by working with partners across government and industry. BBF now represents 15,000 business members in the county that account for about 75% of all employment. The BBF board is exclusively business people drawn from different parts of the county, different sized businesses, different sectors. So it truly reflects the diverse nature of the business community in Bucks that provides a significant contribution to the national economy. We are the government appointed growth hub for Buckinghamshire and actively engage with 50% of our members annually, helping to deliver support to help them to start, grow and survive. We're consistently ranked in the top 5 of the UK's growth hubs. Our Buckinghamshire Skills Hub works with schools and careers leaders to inspire young people. We know we have very good performing schools, and we help businesses with apprenticeships, staff training and development. BBF is the government designated employer representative body for Buckinghamshire and undertakes research into the labour market intelligence and skills development requirements that will influence the skills provision in the future. Professionally, I'm a chartered surveyor and a fellow of the RICS, and I've worked locally for 21 years, and I am the managing director of the most active firm of commercial property consultants in the county. I understand how property development can enable economic growth, and I've been actively involved in economic development for most of the past 20 years on a voluntary basis. Being a co-founder of BBF, I was the vice chair of the Local Enterprise Partnership for 9 years, and I'm a current member of the Buckinghamshire Place-Based Growth Board, and I was awarded an MBE in the King's Birthday Honours last year for my services to business in Buckinghamshire. BBF is committed to supporting this proposal, and the applicant has engaged with the board and the operational team at BBF from the start. We believe the Marlow Film Studios will play a crucial role in enhancing the UK's creative economy, providing significant economic benefits, both nationally and locally. We're told that the government is laser focused on growth, and Invest 2035, the UK's modern industrial strategy, affirms that creative industries are one of the 8 growth driving sectors, but the opportunity needs to be grasped firmly. The key points I'd like to make are: 1, the strength and future of the UK film industry. The UK film industry is a resilient and growing sector with further enormous opportunities, and Buckinghamshire is at its heart. The project is expected to generate 2,000 new technical and production jobs and another 2,000 jobs in the wider economy. This investment is predicted to attract more than £3.5 billion of spending on film and TV production in the first decade. 2, skills and training initiatives. Marlow Film Studios is committed to investing in local skills development and creating pathways for young people and underrepresented groups. We've heard about the benefit of the Culture and Skills Academy and the benefit this brings to young people. Additionally, the studio will host school visits for more than 650 children each year and establishes a skills oversight board of relevant experts and community members. 3, private sector investment in skills and training. Marlow Film Studios' significant private sector investment in skills and training addresses a deficiency identified in the Local Skills Improvement Plan, the LSIP, and the Buckinghamshire Film and TV Skills Hub feasibility study. The feasibility study highlights the need for a dedicated space for training and skills development to support the growing film and TV industry in the region. Marlow Film Studios' investment in the Culture and Skills Academy and other training initiatives will provide a key benefit for the local economy by providing a skilled workforce and attracting further investment. For the collaborative approach, Marlow Film Studios is taking a collaborative approach by working with local educational institutions, the Buck Skills Hub, and other organisations to maximise the impact and reach of the skills initiatives. The studio's partnership with local schools, further education and higher education programmes and community engagement programmes will ensure the benefits of this project are widely felt across the region. This collaborative approach will help a creative and sustainable and inclusive workforce for the future. So in conclusion, BBF is a strong supporter of this proposal and the benefits it brings to the local economy. I've highlighted the various strengths and we would urge you to grant it, as I think it makes a significant contribution locally and nationally. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Natasha Summers, please. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am speaking here today as a resident of Marlow. My family has lived there for over 60 years. I was born there. We have seen many changes. Some are good and some are not so good. You will hear throughout this appeal from experts, local enthusiasts, and residents who can illustrate to you the value of the land in terms of its ecology, the species that live within it, and the multiple benefits this land can bring to offer to them and all of us who need to become resilient against the detrimental climatic changes, a fact none of us can ignore. I work in the nature recovery business with a focus on the technique known as rewilding. This technique does not include land abandonment, as is so often misunderstood or indeed used to mislead to further an alternative agenda. Over and over again, I hear this land being described by the appellant as wasteland. Yes, once upon a time we did dump waste in it, but now decades later, it is healing. In rewilding terms, we call this pulsing, allowing the land to find its path towards balance, removing the aspects that causes its degradation, wait, watch, and be in wonder as it heals. History and cultural conditioning and the lack of wilderness in the UK makes its population more prone to seeing land like this as a mess. The constant repetition of the word wasteland fuels that view. It is unfair and inaccurate depiction of what I and many see who have experienced this land firsthand. The land, location and its proximity to ANOB, close to the river and other wildlife-rich areas such as the Spade Oak, magnifies its importance in supporting corridors for nature that is so desperately needed. The land supports species not in a silo, but as part of the wider landscape. It has an ecological and environmental responsibility. Just look at an aerial view. You can see the connectivity of the land to the south and east, the proximity of the Thames and the wider landscape. It is unhindered by a major road and should be left to do its job. This is not a wasteland. Ask my 12-year-old son, Reuben, when he spies the birds through his RSPB binoculars he brought on his birthday money. He documents it in his little book, lists of many species of all kinds he sees for the first time. I share in his delight in discovering a new one. Should this pleasure remain for all that wish to access it? I believe so. Reuben has special educational needs. School is almost impossible for him. But through nature, he has learned to document and he has learned to learn. Nature motivates him to put excruciating amounts of effort into read and to write and to draw, things that most people find very easy. Perhaps the appellant would like to come and visit him, should they be successful, and explain to him why the barn owls no longer hunt the fields. I have studied the history of the systematic destruction of nature in the UK as part of my training. It is a shocking and depressing thing to have knowledge of. How do we let this happen? We have so much work to do to reverse this decline, and projects like this simply make my job feel insurmountable. The Office for the Environmental Protection has issued a stark warning on the 16th of January 2025 to the UK government. It reads in part, "Government is still largely off track to achieve obligations endorsed by Parliament to significantly improve the natural environment. Key deadlines are fast approaching. There is still opportunity for this government to catch up and to get on track and to change the trajectory we are on. To do so, urgent and decisive action is needed." I am not an ecologist, but you will hear and have heard from numerous experts about the value of the land for its ecology. I respectfully urge you to explore this to its fullest and consider, in line with the responsibilities written in law for nature to restore nature in the UK. I want to move on very quickly from the natural value of the land to talk about one aspect of Marlow being a resident. In Marlow, the car is king. I live in central Marlow. I do not have to hear when traffic is building up because I can smell it. It appears we drive around a lot. Marlow is incredibly sensitive to anything that can stop or slow traffic. Minor roadworks, a broken down car, one closed road for cable to be fitted. The entire town seems to grind to a halt whilst drivers try to find any rat race they can to avoid the chaos while whining about it on local Facebook pages. Marlow is hemmed in the south by our beautiful river. Cars tussle in that bottleneck. The Westhorpe roundabout is incredibly important to residents and visitors alike as the largest artery into and out of our town. Every morning around 8 to 10, Ruben and I check Waze, which is the best route to school. It appears to be an increasingly chaotic landscape, east out via the Westhorpe roundabout or run the gauntlet down the high street and over the bridge. The bridge usually wins, but only just. The high street is slow and smelly for all the kids walking to Borlase. Monitor that air as a snapshot of air quality and consider if you want your children breathing it. The alternative route for Ruben and I is the red line from the Esso garage outside of another school, Fox's Peace Primary, out to Westhorpe and all the way along the A404 to Bisham roundabout, where miraculously it clears most of the time. There's one exception, and that is on a Friday morning. We experienced it this morning, perhaps due to part-time workers or people working from home on a Friday. You can leave Marlow via the A144, slowly travelling east. But note, westbound is choked from the Westhorpe roundabout all the way to Marlow High Street by 8 a.m. this morning. As a mother of two, I have for many years been concerned about these increasing traffic in Marlow. Being late for school is one thing, but my concern over pollution levels and the danger of increased traffic and traffic accidents another. Marlow Town Council have in the past put up signs requesting drivers to turn off their engines. Do not idle, it states. So it appears I'm not the only person concerned about what we might be breathing in. I decided to look further into understanding what impact this development might have around the roads of Marlow and read pages from the Bucks Highway Report dated 22nd of April 2024. I was particularly interested in the A144 west of the Westhorpe roundabout, and most of the information around that is on pages 9 to 17. It is a difficult read for someone not trained in this kind of work, but I generally got the gist. Traffic is going to get worse in both directions on the Marlow side, the west, of the A1455. Honestly, I live here. The thought of traffic getting worse doesn't seem like progress to me. My daughter is at Great Marlow School, some 200 metres-ish from as the crow flies from the site of the proposed development, and is enveloped by traffic every morning. Increased traffic brings increased risk to all of the children that travel to that school, including my daughter. Breathing in particulates and nitric oxide and trying to cross and navigate busy junctions. Just watch it for one day. It's chaos, it's frightening. The school regularly sends emails to ask parents to find alternative solutions to help congestion around the school, and cars are seen mounting pavements to make headway through a sea of frustrated drivers. One wrong move by an iPhone-focused student and a road rage driver could result in news that no family wants to hear. I do not want my daughter Edie to feature in one of the UK's traffic statistics. The last thing I want to mention is that I know many of the students from Great Marlow School and Sir William Bollés and have worked with some of them on nature recovery programmes. It is not true that they all support Marlow Film Studio, and many of them are very, very concerned about climate change and what that means to their future. Don't underestimate their knowledge, and don't underestimate their fear about what these changes are going to do to their chances of survival into adulthood. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Councillor Chris Funnell. Good afternoon, Councillor.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Chris Fennell, and I'm the leader of Marlow Town Council. Oh, sorry, it's okay. Had it all my life. I've had the privilege of serving our community as an elected representative for 8 years across 2 election terms. I know Marlow pretty well. I've done that as Deputy Mayor, and now leader of the council. Raised and educated in Marlow, I've spent much of my 64 years living here. My professional background is as a former chartered engineer and an operations leader in a big pharma company and jobs around the world. I continue to specialise in business improvement, a field I still consult in today. I want to give you some background and context because I think it's really important, and I don't want to cut this short, and because I represent an awful lot of people in Marlow. My introduction
Really
to
helpful, thank you. Please no shouting out from the crowd. Thank you.
My introduction to local politics came in an unusual way some 9 years ago. I attended a community meeting, and it was run by Bucks councillors, and they were attempting a workshop to gather ideas for Marlow. In doing that workshop, I clearly sensed a lack of engagement from the audience. Perhaps out of frustration or sympathy for the organisers, I got up, grabbed a flip chart marker and started sketching out ideas. Topics then were areas of focus for Marlow. From the railway station, from development of the disused gravel pits, the use of the rugby club fields and how we could expand and enhance that. Areas of sports pitches that were in decline or in need of expansion, schools that desperately needed funding, development opportunities, schools, boathouses. Thank goodness that one has been passed after 15 years that's taken to get through planning. Park and ride. Probably wasn't a surprise because I've done this most of my life, and we call it master planning. I trudged home and I wondered if my time as a volunteer had been spent well. The free tea and the cracking biscuits did little to offset my disillusionment with the repeated refrain of, we tried that before, we can't touch that, the railway enthusiasts don't want that, and forgive to my friend Richard, Marlow Society wouldn't agree. And I was little more than perplexed. A few months, however, I found myself recruited into the job of councillor, and of course with the highly successful addition of a couple of pints of Rebellion Brewery. So enough of that, but I think it's really important to understand that my background in Marlow. This inquiry site holds significance for me and thousands of Marlovians over time, and of course prior to 1970 when the A404 was built. In reality, most will remember this site as the sprawling network of gravel pits between here and Bourne End and have recollections of their time there I had recollections as a child spending countless hours exploring its wild industrial terrain. Back then, it was a disused gravel pit and landfill site littered with the remnants of the industrial past. There was a car dump, which I enjoyed pulling bits off. Maybe that's how I became an engineer. Mounds of rubble. There was a coal yard. I'm not sure that it should have been there, but there was one. And venture a little further, and there was the sewage works, and there was some concrete works. Importantly to remember, this was probably around 1970. It was our playground, albeit one that terrified adults who feared for our safety, understandably why. The dangers of the gravel pits were real. When the area was eventually backfilled with household rubbish and secured with barbed wire and gas monitoring points, I imagine the adults were relieved, if not slightly saddened by the loss of what had been a piece of childhood history that's now fallen into disrepair, disrepute for 40 to 50 years. In my lifetime, Marlow has grown into one of the UK's most successful towns. The success is the product of generations, not of me, of the effort of residents, local businesses, community leaders, and the personal drive, quite frankly, of local people, volunteers. Our thriving town centre, our excellent schools, and our extraordinary range of clubs and voluntary organisations reflect a strong sense of civic pride. Marlovians know we can't rest on our laurels. With a population of 14,500, we have a larger neighbour, a joint partner, if you like, from the old Wycombe District Council of High Wycombe, with 100,000 plus residents. Marlow must continue to adopt and grow and retain South Bucks as a major growth opportunity. Historical industries of this area, furniture making, engineering, Molins, Compare, Parker Knoll, etc., are no longer the growth drivers they were once in our former district. Today's institutions, like National Film and Television School, Buckinghamshire New University, are shaping the future and training young people to succeed in the creative industries. This is why it has to be our responsibility to ensure that Marlow remains a hub of opportunity, complements South Buckinghamshire's efforts, where residents can thrive in education, employment and recreation. I am so glad that I've heard in the last hour, not about traffic reports, etc. I've heard people start to talk about young people, the future and their children. Marlow Town Council has a very clear vision for our community, a caring environment for all, a fantastic place to live and a great place to work and a wonderful place to raise children, again, children. Achieving this vision requires strong schools, robust employment opportunities, recreational facilities, and a commitment to the safety and to the mental health of our residents. It's the foundation upon which we evaluate any proposal for our town. The application for Marlow Film Studios was first raised over 2.5 years ago. And it would not be a surprise that Marlow Town Council recognised its significance and the need to become engaged on behalf of the residents. Despite quirky boundary lines that placed the consultee position with Little Marlow, a village of just 1,500 residents, we felt it was imperative that Marlow's 14,500 residents and Wycombe's 100,000 plus residents be given good voice. Our approach was thorough. We engaged elected representatives, consulted regularly with thought leaders, residents, facilitated exhibitions adjacent to our town hall, mindful that we must encourage participation in public consultations and ensure transparency through careful monitoring and reviewing of the planning portal. Quite frankly, you would have had to have your eyes shut not to have found an exhibition, a drop-in session, as can be seen from the engagement records listed on the planning portal. This was probably the biggest thing that was levelled at us. You could choose to engage or you could choose to disengage. After 2 years of extensive engagement and a watching brief from Marlow Town Council,
we reached a decision in September 2023 as elected representatives. 2/3 of our council supported the application. It aligned with our long-standing vision. We recognise the significance of the site that's laid dormant for so long as a great opportunity. The widespread support from submissions on the portal and the potential benefits, the sustainable travel, job creation, economic growth, and the release of land for public use. We also acknowledged the complexities of transport studies and made it clear that the ultimate decision rested with Buckinghamshire's Strategic Planning Committee. Since that decision, the discourse has shifted. Social media lit up, central government elections loomed, and aspiring MPs and politicians jumped on the bandwagon. It would be naive to say that this was uncommon, but it reached a level that was unprecedented. A small but vocal group of individuals weaponized the opposition to the project. Our office has never been flooded with so many crests externally. It was 15 years ago since we last had an FOI. I can't even begin to count how many that we've had this year. Accusations. I can only describe them as creating a smorgasbord of behaviours that sought to undermine the democratic process, the elected councillors. It's essential that we now rise above this noise and focus on the facts. I'm now therefore pleased that we have a strong professional forum sitting either side of this room, and as my grandfather from Yorkshire would say, to sort the wheat from the chaff, albeit sadly at the expense and burden of the taxpayer and the residents. It's the history as a landfill and industrial area that makes it unsuitable for farming or housing development. The proposal represents one of the largest investments in Buckinghamshire business sector for years, if not decades. Marlow is home back to our school children, educating over 3,000 pupils, many of whom, as you've already heard, are talented and they're ambitious, and we have a big performing arts school. Yet our region lacks local opportunities for creative talent and is low and is really, really low on the scale to waking up to that. We've heard from Buckinghamshire New University, too often young people must leave Buckinghamshire to pursue careers in film and TV and related industries and can't make dreams a reality. This project creates a seamless pathway for those of them with the creative sector, and that is extremely broad, to stay and work and thrive locally. Critically also supports Buckinghamshire's position as a centre of innovation, as highlighted in Buck's own Economic Growth and Regeneration's Teams report in July 22, again on the portal. We're all aware that transport has long been a challenge for Marlow and High Wycombe residents. The application's funded transport proposals will, for the first time, give us the long-awaited connection to Marlow streets, to key transport hubs such as train stations in High Wycombe and Maidenhead. The bit that I'm really excited about is a hopper bus that will channel around the town for all residents and school children. The commitment to upgrade the Westhorpe Junction will significantly improve the traffic flow. It's a long overdue investment, and it's one that the local authorities have been unable to fund. Every year, we review the budget for the old single diesel bus. 3 parish councils, including mine, support that. It should have gone years ago. It's a diesel chugger. It will kick its heels in the air soon, and there'll be nothing left to replace it. That'll mean more and more parents' cars on the road. In closing, I strongly believe the tests for development on Greenbelt are clearly met. The exceptional circumstances include the reclamation of a degraded site, the economic and educational benefits of a world-class facility, a truly world-class facility, and the significant contributions to local infrastructure. The plans also ensure accessible public access,
footpaths and cycling routes that will benefit residents for generations. We need that. We've heard from people that there are children's needs for outside space. We know about mental health. We run the Mayor's Charity for Mental Health in Marlow, and we'll be doing more of that in the next couple of weeks. This project isn't just about business, it's about community as well. It's about ensuring that Marlow does not become a dormitory town that's just ideal for retirees and dog walkers, but close to families, business and opportunity. To reject this application would be to turn our backs on the future, sending jobs abroad and out of the county, pushing our children to build their lives elsewhere. As local councils, we must do our part and pledge to hold developers accountable for their commitments. Marlow won't allow promises to go unfulfilled. We will demand a collaborative relationship to ensure that this project delivers on its potential. This is an extraordinary opportunity to position our town and our county at the heart of the UK's creative economy and global competition. The benefits extend far beyond Marlow, offering a brighter future for all of Buckinghamshire and the young people. I urge the planning inspector and government to recognise the potential of this development and approve this proposal. More importantly, to find ways that we can perhaps adapt and overcome in these next couple of weeks with good data and facts, and to find agreements so we can ensure that Marlow, Buckinghamshire remains thriving, dynamic communities grow, true to their heritage, yet ready to embrace the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. It's 10 to 2. I think people are going to be getting hungry by now. I think it's unreasonable to continue. Could I just have a show of hands, please? So I've got Dr. Timothy Morris still here. He's gone. Okay. Martin Braid, you're still here. Okay. Babby Defang, have you arrived or not? No. Okay. I've got Martin Dykes. No, he's left. Richard Owen, you're still here. Thank you. Vivian Morton, she's gone. Cecilia and Jack Lineker were here either. John Perry, you're still here. Thank you. Are you support or objecting, John? Objecting. Bill Freeman, you're still here. Thank you. And then I've got 3 statements to be read out. I'll come to those last. Dave Hampton, you're still here. Guy Mannerings. What's gone? Adrian Jenkins. Okay, so I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 people still to hear from. Cleaners have arrived. Okay. Right. Shall we just take 15 minutes? People can go and grab a quick sandwich, and then I'll hear from the last 4 people. Is that okay with everybody? All right, thank you. So we'll come back at 2:05. We're adjourned until then. Thank you. Okay, everyone, it's 2:05. The inquiry is resumed. Mr. Martin Braint, please, first. Hello, thanks for waiting. Your patience.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Martin Braint. I live in Little Marlow. Start again. My name is Martin Braint. I have lived in Marlow for 23 years, and before that I lived in the centre of Marlow for 7 years. Little Marlow Lakes Country Park is amazingly popular, attracting thousands of people, birds, mammals, insects and fish, trees, grasses and wildflowers every year. The humans come in every age and from every background: dog walkers, ramblers, bird watchers, fishermen, cyclists and runners. The learned gentleman seems to believe that a country park can't exist when part of the land is in private ownership. This is incorrect. The Peak District National Parks Authority owns just 4% of the land. The Lake District National Park owns less than 4% of the land. This is taken from the Lake District National Park website. The Lake District National Park Authority plays an important role in safeguarding the national park now and for future generations. We do this by working in partnership with landowners, ensuring that appropriate environmental and public access protections are in place. The Lake District National Park is mostly privately owned. Our model for running a national park is not based on public ownership, and people are often surprised to learn that the National Park Authority owns less than 4% of the Lake District. The country park that Dido wished to build on starts at Colmore Holme Lane in the east to the 404 in the west, 1.5 miles east to west. All of the land that was extracted and backfilled is being used for agriculture, apart from the running track and the land that Dido want to build on. For years, unscrupulous developers have let the area run wild. Northwest Estates dumped thousands of tons of mud and hardcore around the boundary of the largest field, making a huge bund without planning permission. Dido even went so far as to place giant concrete blocks around the area to make it look unsightly. It is very clear that the land they wish to develop has been and still could be used for agriculture. But nature loves wild areas. The land has not been sprayed or tilled or planted for years, and wildlife loves it. 2 years ago, our twin daughters were walking back from Marlow. They cut down along the road to Westhorpe Park and spotted a fledgling tawny owl. It was clearly ill and probably dying, so they brought it home and we took it to Tiddlywinks for the delighted staff to look after. Dido wished to build a colossal 72-foot high shed right beside the place the girls found this beautiful bird. We need open space and nature for our well-being. 3.7 million people are claiming £65 billion of health-related benefit every year. 41% of these claimants have mental health and behavioural disorders. We need open space. We don't need another film studio. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments, and thanks for being so patient as well.
No problem. And you.
Okay, I'm going to try and switch to support. So, Bill Freeman, please. Hello, good afternoon.
Thank you. Hear me? Yep. First of all, may I apologize for my accent? I'm not from Marlow. I'm from Hawaii. I've lived in UK, in Maidenhead, Marlow, Cookham area for 45 years with a British wife and children. So therefore, I know the area after 45 years, but I was not born here. My love of Great Britain is total. Hawaii is a great place, but I prefer this place now. It's a bigger island with funnier people, wonderful people. And the performance of these hearings proves to me how right I am about that. Mind you, there must be behind the scenes stuff going on, but that's okay. Buckinghamshire is where I've spent most of my time. And now, because my wife loves Marlow accoutrements, we spent a lot of time in Marlow. So I am local as much as I think anybody I hang out with. It's just that I can't speak properly. After 45 years, my experience in Britain has been positive. I have absolutely no desire to leave, but it has been tainted by frustration. Frustration with the inability of GB to leverage its strengths. I've been involved mostly in the technology industries and have encountered a number of different big opportunities in a 40-year career. But time and again, the UK seems to be unable to grasp opportunity. Why? Lack of confidence, lack of ambition, lack of vision. These things tend to stifle venturing, and perhaps that's the reason. But I've several times encountered what I call pregnant opportunities, but then they've seldom bear fruit in IT and pharma, in semiconductors, and currently wind and solar. Opportunities missed. The film studio is the first chance I've seen in my 45 years of living here where we have a chance to create a world-class venture envied by the worldwide market of that industry. I find that exciting, and that's why at the age of 82, I'm spending time here with you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. But by leveraging our strengths, maybe that are already in place, perhaps we can be successful. Now, so many excellent speakers before me have itemized those strengths, and I am not going to repeat them other than to endorse what is really obvious to me months ago, but has really come clear today. And that is, first of all, how the young people in this area who are trying to educate themselves in film and television, they demand a vision and they demand leadership from the older people of this community on where they can go next. I favor their needs before anything else. I will die probably before this studio is built, if it gets built. But just that it's leaving something for them is good enough for me to commit my time and emotion. So that's a strength I see. It's providing vision and leadership to an already a set of young people who demand it. There is an open door with them. Second strength is this army of 250,000 professional artisans that know this industry, to do all kinds of work. on a world-class level without seemingly any coordination of them. A bunch of different studios doing deals with different movie production companies. And we happen now to have an army of 250,000 people with no leadership and vision, no central place of excellence to which they could get together and speak. There's no Hollywood for our film industry. Now, I'm not proposing that we put Marlowe and signs up on Winter Hill. But I am proposing Marlowe being the leader of the British film industry. And this studio is the catalyst for that. My third strength, which maybe needs to be investigated more, is the credibility that we here in GB enjoy with the film investor community. They make money here. That's why we believe we're busy. We believe we are successful. That's why there are 250,000 jobs or skilled people. Because investors make money on doing projects here. And that's really important, that the credibility of the community supports investment decision making of making films. Few comments on why the film studio can and should be in Marlow. First of all, the location is obvious. Motorways, rail, infrastructure, not only of the immediate Maidenhead to Wickham area, but also of Marlow itself. The lifestyle of Marlow, attractive to creative people. Second, the innovative use of land, which is in dispute as to whether or not it is, what are the characteristics of the land? I cannot be drawn into the eloquent arguments that have been put forward about this, that, and the other thing about the site. I'll leave that to others. But surely this proposal is an innovative use of a piece of land which is questionable in terms of its quality and future role. And I see that as a good reason for being here. Fourth thing is to create a future for the locally aspiring youth, a center of excellence for them to focus their imagination on how they create their own future beyond the education that they are struggling with. I think Marlow itself, the village, the town, I never know the difference between the two. I think Marlow chimes or resonates with the quality that I saw in the film studio design the other day. That was incredible. Absolutely blew my mind, the architect's discussion of the design of the studio. This is a serious world-class effort. A serious effort, and Marlow's quality chimes with that level of quality. And the same thing is true in reverse. The studio's sympathetic design with the land, the environment, the demand of the public for public access, the quality of the look and feel of it from outside and inside. I call that sympathetic studio design complements the culture of Marlow, which has evolved in a way like many English villages, most English villages, which is beautiful. So the two they resonate with each other. So I end the comments on, can we do this? This is a big idea to be grasped. You can see it by the strength of the arguments being made today. Or shall it be grasped? I think it should be grasped, obviously. Or do we just settle for things to be okay as they are? Or do we aspire to be the top of the tree? That's a choice to be made.
This is an opportunity that comes very, very seldom to make a choice between okay and top of the tree. I choose to be top of the tree for the benefit of the future generation. Are we to choose the pain? And this shines with a national discussion going on every day. Are we to choose the pain of the inevitable slow national economic decline? I've watched it for 45 years. I put it at the mercy, or put it at the reason being, letting go of an empire is difficult. Britain let go of its empire in the most elegant, casual way of any country in history, but it's still difficult. And I thought that was a reason for the not so great going forward. And are we going to continue with that pain of a slow national decline, or the inconvenience of immediate strategic investments? That's a choice, the inconvenience of the investment versus national decline, as I see it. I want to see this be something that which everybody in Marlow and elsewhere could be proud as a center of worldwide excellence in the film industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments, and again, thank you for your patience. Richard Owen, please.
I just commented that I need a couple of years behind him.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I've been attending this hearing for 3 days, and I've gained a lot of respect for your patience and your fortitude. My name is Richard Owen. I've been a resident down Westall Farm Lane for 31 years, and I do not support the film proposal. I don't intend to question the merits or otherwise of an additional film studio in support of the UK film industry. That's a matter beyond my expertise, and it's to be decided by planners, investors, and in this case, the Secretary of State. However, I am qualified to express my views as to whether this is the correct place to construct the proposed facility, which is essentially a vast industrial complex on greenbelt land. I am part of a small residential community at the end of Westall Farm Lane, which comprises 2 circa 15th, 16th century cottages. One is Grade 2 listed. The other is built around a 15th century hall house. It also has a substantial Victorian farmhouse, Westall Farm, 3 former farm workers' cottages, a converted barn, 2 other period residences, and 4 mobile homes which are permanently occupied. We are a tight-knit community. The area was once formed a thriving agriculture community. Cattle had been raised continuously on Westhorpe Farm until 2 years ago. When I moved with my family into Westall Farm Lane, and for a period thereafter, cattle were regularly herded up and down Westall Farm Lane to graze on adjoining fields or on summer grazing on the adjacent Thames River floodplain. More recently, farming activities have been limited to the breeding of calves, which I can readily attest to because during 2023, I found 2 errant calves in my front garden peering at me through the kitchen window. All of the Westthorpe Farm Lane properties benefit from the tranquility and the rural aspect of the area with its abundance of wildlife, and which we all enjoy and carefully nurture. I can recount an amusing incident in 2021 when 3 errant turkeys, escaping their seemingly inevitable fate, adopted our community for a period, enchanting us with their lovely, soft gobble gobble. In the interest of some humour, I have bought a photograph which I'll attach to my submission. Much mention to date has been quite correctly been made of the dire impact of the film studio on the Westhorpe Park residences. Unfortunately, the equally valid concerns of Westhorpe Farm Lane residents have been somewhat overlooked, but our concerns are just as real. The nearest Westhorpe Farm Lane houses are just as close to the proposed film studio site as is Westhorpe Park. Most notably, I draw your attention to Corners Cottage and Thimble Cottage. But the local resistance to the project is not just a Little Marlow parochial issue. The wider Marlow town community similarly overwhelmingly opposed the project. Much reference has been made to the town referendum of May 2024, which is supervised by Buckinghamshire Council officers, but organised at very short notice by volunteering Marlow residents. And despite a vigorous campaigning by Marlow Film Studio with all its resources, it still resulted in 85% rejection of the film proposal. I want to make reference to COVID. I think COVID and the immediate aftermath of the COVID shutdown taught a great many of us the importance of easily accessible open spaces. So many of us from both sides of the A404, including Marlow Town residents, rediscovered what a wonderful asset we have within easy walking distance of our front doorstep. No need to take the car. It's unkempt and lacking the niceties of a former civic park, but that's its charm. Its disorderly nature, with unexpected vistas at every turn, is a large part of its appeal. It is well acknowledged by ecologists that unmanaged grasslands often provide the most valuable habitats for existing flora and fauna to thrive and for lost populations to be able to establish themselves. This is already the Little Marlow Country Park. In summary, irrespective of any potential economic benefits or not of a new film studio, this proposal is just in the wrong place. I think the application has come forward due to convenient land availability rather than any sequential tests as to its sustainable location, best sustainable location for its development. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments and thank you for your patience and the picture of the turkey.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up, I'm going to go to the next supporter. That's Guy Mannerings, I think. And then I should have John Perry and Dave Hampton. Is that right? Is there anybody else? No. Okay. Thanks.
Hey,
Hiya. Good
nice to
afternoon.
meet you. Thanks for having me. My name's Guy Mannerings. I'm a film director and producer. Previously worked on film sets, both big and small, independent and studio financed. I'm born and raised here, grew up in Hughenden, went to school in Wickham, so very much from here. I can't really talk about Marlow and the intricacies of Marlow or anything like that. But what I can talk about is boots on the ground of film and people trying to get it made. And there's quite a lot of talk about the downturn of film and films aren't in demand as much anymore. And it's just not what I'm seeing at all when I go to film markets, when I go to where they buy and sell films, essentially. And people are always talking about the demand for product. They just want stuff all the time. That's just what I'm seeing. That's all I can say. I don't have numbers, but it's just what I'm seeing from talking to people. And so what this really comes down to for me is opportunity, opportunity that is available, an opportunity that could be missed. And when you look at successive UK governments, they've shown they really want to support the UK film industry. Part of that means working with and welcoming the big studios like Disney, Netflix, Amazon. But a key other part of that is building an industry that's not reliant on external productions from other countries and from those big studios. So what that means is the independent UK film industry. The last government and this government has shown support for this by creating the independent film tax credit. And while it's a great development for UK independent film, it's only part of the picture, and that's helping the budget, helping you get the budget together to make something. But another big part of it is logistics, frankly, which is massively affected by available space. If we don't have space to film in, how are we going to take advantage of things like the independent film tax credit that the government has shown support with? Essentially, it means nothing if it can't be backed up by facilities that are available. And our major studio spaces, especially around this area, booked out by Disney, Netflix, Amazon for years. So independent films that are not backed by those big studios can't get studio space to film in. That's what I hear from talking to line producers, who are the people in charge of getting films, like logistically organizing them. And so that's where it comes to the potential loss of opportunity. When you're at these markets, when you're at these events, other countries have similar tax credits. So that thing that has been brought in, very, very similar ones elsewhere, which is, it's great for the UK, but they also have locations available. When they're building studios, they have world-class facilities available to them. And so what happens is, if you don't have facilities available, you end up going to those countries instead. And that just seems like a huge shame. You're losing the opportunity. There's huge competition from other countries, and we kind of need to stand up there with them and higher than if we want to keep films here. So by not approving a world-class studio, the risk is independent UK films that the government is trying to support actually has to go to these other countries to film there instead. And that would be an opportunity not only missed for the country by the country, but as bucks as well. Because if productions like mine do stay in the UK, they might not even stay in Bucks because there's not the space to film here. So my question is, and my point is, why miss out on the opportunity to grow the UK independent film sector and keep a lot of it in Bucks? And as someone who grew up here and lives in Bucks, wouldn't it also just be nice to have Bucks locals making films here as well? That's it.
Thank you, and thank you for your patience. Okay, John Perry, please. Good afternoon, Mr. Perry.
Hello, I'm John Perry. I wasn't going to mention this, but since we have someone else from Hawaii, I was born in Hawaii, funny enough. I've been a photographer for 45 years. Before that, I was an artist and I went to Chelsea Art School. I've lived and worked in New York and in London. I moved to Marlow from West London over 5 years ago. I love all kinds of photography, landscape, including USA and Europe, the Basque Country in Spain. I love wildlife and have received an award from the British Wildlife People. I love architectural stuff, and my best job was actually #1 Trafalgar Square, #1 the Strand. I've covered events in Parliament. I do photography for Marlow Town Council and so on, and I won't go on and on because I'm trying to be quick. I find West Thorpe Park area is a beautiful and peaceful area to walk in. The wildlife and the scenery are something to treasure. Those who cannot appreciate this should try harder. Those who cannot appreciate this should not spoil it for those of us who do appreciate it. Those who keep claiming it is waste and keep referring to it as gravel pits obviously choose to ignore what nature can accomplish with rewilding over more than 25 years. They choose to ignore the value of those healing years. Those who cannot see its beauty obviously choose to deny it. This beauty is also a jewel from a distance, a misty dawn from a high over Emmett's Farm, a sunset from Winter Hill. The beauty of those landscapes will be lost with these monstrous buildings scarring the land. The loss of these beautiful views will affect at least 10 square kilometres. Ironic, isn't it, that if a film studio or a filmmaker wanted to come and take film in this beautiful valley, and they might look down and see this awful carbuncle in the middle and say, well, we can't film here, can we? I like to draw attention to the fact that the proposed solution to the substantial increase in vehicles at the interchange of the 4155 and A404 simply moves the problem a few metres up the road. It's a pointless exercise. This scheme is simply in the wrong place, spoiling lives of those in our area and those who want to get from A to B, enjoying the amenities of the landscape and causing harm to wildlife in one of the most nature depleted countries in the world. The decision should be refusal. I fully support the council's reasons for refusing this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you again for your patience. Okay, and last up we have Dave Hampton, please. Last but not least, I should say, as you have sat here all day. Thank you.
We'll get you everywhere.
It never does.
Oh. So feeling under time pressure, but also pressure. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your patience. First of all, I have to say that no one man represents the town of Marlow just because they say they do. The Marlow town vote on the film studio was fair, democratic, conclusive and resounding. It was a no, a very substantial no. Seems today I have to represent that no. I shouldn't have to, but let it be known it's a big one and objectors won't just go away. Bulldozers can be stopped. Many speakers today claim to know what young people know. All of you seem to think you represent the young people. Well, do you? Do you know what they want? I don't believe you do. As an earlier speaker, Tash, said, young people are deeply concerned about climate and about nature. It's the biggest issue for them. So I think some of you missed the point. We are at a late stage climate emergency and we are facing planetary collapse. It's happening outside now. The winds are blowing. Our chairman's journey back is affected by it, and I've gone off my script. I hadn't really prepared for this, and as it happens, I definitely don't want to be here. I didn't want to be here. I decided at 8 a.m. this morning, my conscience told me I had to be here, and some of my conscientious friends, many of you have heard from. I've sat here patiently all morning, as all of us have. My wife actually said very touchingly to me this morning, well done for coming. She's fiercely against this greed-driven theft of greenbelt land, as am I. As you might be thinking already now, my mental health probably ain't great. It's been mentioned a few times, but I believe I'm sane and reasonable, and I do walk that greenbelt land frequently. It's precious. It's very precious. I need to say I hope I won't be bullied, as I observed one early objector was, by any of the property developers' well-paid team. It's windy outside. There are 100-mile-an-hour winds approaching the north of England and Scotland. Storm Eowyn, it's called, or Storm Exxon, as I call it. And I do hope you get back to Preston okay and in time, Madam Chair. But please let us all remember, storm is coming. It's hard to go last and to respectfully not repeat things that have been said, but I think most of it's been covered. Fortunately, there's just one more aspect I want to cover. A lot of people today have introduced themselves saying they're a bit of a VIP. Well, I was a VIP 25 years ago, almost a movie star, if you like. I can say what I like, but I did row with Steve Redgrave for Great Britain, and I'll spare you the rest of it. I might even have been working for Mr. Laycock 25 years ago. And I genuinely apologise for that, for what I did 25 years ago. All of this set up these planning inquiries, lawyers. I know exactly how it works and how sometimes it doesn't. 25 years ago, I was a busy award-winning consultant working on some of the biggest London developments. I was better dressed then, I was in a suit and I was well paid. I'm a pensioner now. In the interim, I've raised a family of good, honest people in Marlow. I was diagnosed with depression 20 years ago, which I now think was caused by my awareness of early stage climate and ecological emergency, that collapse I'm talking about, globally. This isn't a local issue. And the way all of the planetary scale warnings were and still are being ignored. I didn't know what gaslighting was 20 years ago, or I didn't think I knew, but I certainly have experienced it. The planet's on fire, as Greta Thunberg would say. So let's build a film studio. I won't swear, but I think you know I want to. Just know the planet's on fire, so we build a film studio. At this point in history, none of the children you claim to represent will ever be forgiving that.
Storm approaches Scotland, and we've seen the fires in Los Angeles. Better for the future, as I've seen so many of you smugly wearing your badges, for me has a very clear different meaning. It means having a livable planet first, not a burnt out or flooded or abandoned shiny film studio. Or will it be an abandoned Amazon warehouse, more like, by the time it reaches reality? I don't know if many of you know this, but the reason the Paris Olympics and the French very proudly were able to boast that they halved their footprint, ecological and carbon, was simply because they reused existing buildings, reused existing facilities. They didn't build new. That's how it is to be done in future, not by developers writing posh brochures full of, frankly, dishonest statements. So I wanted to wear a t-shirt today, just like so many of you. I wanted to wear that little 3-inch badge, but mine would have said worse for bucks. I don't know if I'd have been chucked out for wearing a worse for bucks badge. Apparently not. But if I'd been chucked out, you should be chucked out for saying better for bucks. How the bleep do you think you know what is better for bucks? I'm almost done. My objection, as I said, is not a local one. It's a global one. 25 years ago, if I was in one of these inquiries, I would be asking what was the right thing to do for Earth, for children, for all children, not just mine, not just Marlow, human and animal and life children too. And this is my closing point. At the end of the day, actually, if we're honest here and not just posturing, we all know that this is about money. The point was made very clearly about the offshore development. And we all know that you can pay almost all people to do almost anything most of the time, but you can't buy mature trees. You can't buy animals once you've killed them. Final point, it was Martin Luther King Day last week, and he said, cowardice asks the question, is it safe? Expediency asks the question, is it politic? Vanity asks the question, is it popular? But conscience asks the question, is it right? And there comes a time when one must take a position that's neither safe, nor politic, nor popular. One must take it simply because it's right. I ask you, all of you here today, and particularly the chairperson, I ask you, at this stage in history, it's clear, whatever the Prime Minister might say, that growth, ongoing growth, is the ideology of a cancer cell. Anyone that supports that really needs to have a good look at themselves. If we care for children at all, we will not build a white elephant film studio, not while the planet burns, chokes and floods. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, everyone who wants what is truly best for bucks.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your comments. Bye. Right, there was about 4 or 5 statements that were going to be read out. I'm going to say don't read them out, but could you give them to Harvey, please, to add as inquiry documents? Thank you. Right, anything to run through before I adjourn for the weekend?
I think Holly has been sent the core documents for next week's ecology
Yes.
and noise roundtable.
Thank you very much for doing that for me. Much appreciated. Anything else? Mr. White?
Very quickly, just to give you notice to Mr. Bird, I've been in touch with Mr. Smith this morning, and I think his estimate of about an hour and a half for in chief is probably absolutely right. It might even be, she says, yeah, tight. So I just wanted to give you warning, but I think as we're just dealing with Mr. Smith on Tuesday, that should be.
We've got plenty of time
Exactly.
Tuesday. Yeah. That's fine. Yeah, because we've got an empty session in the afternoon, so that's good. Right, anybody else? Ms Nevin, nothing to raise? Okay, so I'll meet those who are meeting on site at 10 AM at number 1 on the meeting point on Monday, in waterproofs, I think. Everyone else, I'll see you all back here at 10 AM on Tuesday morning, and we are adjourned until then. Thank you very much. Have a lovely weekend, everybody.